Oh, he brought Edgeworth here with him. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, a bunch of things just happened where I wasn't able to stream for a couple of days. I wanted to continue this sooner, but oh well. We're starting now. Well, Fender, are you finally going to tell me what we're doing here? Why have you brought me to an art gallery of all places? Hey, you had nothing going on. Seemed like the perfect chance to come and enjoy the magic of star sign stuff together. I'm leaving. Chill, big guy, I'm just joking. You know about the IS-7 incident, yeah? Your old man's last case? Of course. Von Karma took great pleasure in showing me the files as soon as I became a prosecutor. And I reviewed them again last night after your invite, see? Can I look at that? Look at this picture of these files. I was also present at the trial all those years ago, although my memories of it are somewhat hazy. Aww. As a child, I was completely in awe of my father. The sight of him in court was inspirational. Gregory Edgeworth, attorney at law, and opposite him, this fucker. The man who would become my mentor, Manfred von Karma. It was quite a case. However, it ended with the conviction of the accused. Ah, so you were there too? You were in the courtroom for Gregory's final outing? Well, that'll make explaining things easier. I wanted you to know something, see? That something being what really went down. Not the truth in those files, but the capital T truth. It was 18 years ago, smack dab in the middle of a real doozy of a winter. The buildings were covered with a blanket of snow. It looked like the streets were lined with popsicles. But things weren't so innocent behind those frozen doors. In fact, some pretty sordid stuff went down. Aww. Still had the weird hair. This was back before yours truly was the fine figure of an attorney you see before you today. Okay. It was almost Christmas. Hey, Mr. E. This one really came out of the blue, huh? It did. We were called in before the ink on the arrest papers were even dry. Oh man, he's so cool. I'm so glad they included him in this game. My name is Gregory Edgeworth. I'm a defense attorney. I'm here visiting a client with my assistant, Eddie Fender. The hat. Oh, God. A murder on Christmas Eve? What's the world coming to? What kind of voice should I give this person? I don't know. In your bed, Emma. Come on. I don't want to sing though, so. Oh, this guy, yeah. Welcome, my friends, to the visitor's room. And if we're not friends yet, I'm sure we will be soon. Whoa, talk about an entrance. I was not expecting that. Oh, the guard doing the. Oh my gosh. Neither was I. Sorry if I surprised you. I'm just so happy to see you both. Thanks so much for coming out. Seriously, I can't thank you enough. You're the accused, I take it? I am. Gregory Edgeworth, attorney at law, at your service. I look forward to representing you. This is my assistant, Eddie Fender.
Pleased to meet you, sir! I'll do, everything I can to help.
Come now, Edward. Calm down, please.
He calls him Edward, oh my god.
You'll have to forgive him, he's still new to this. He's been helping me out part-time, but he's far from fully fledged lawyer material yet. Nonetheless, I'm hoping he'll be of some assistance in investigating the particulars on this case. Gregory and Eddie, it's an honor to meet you both. My job as a defense attorney is to save my clients from wrongful conviction. So the first thing to do is establish whether or not he is truly innocent. Perhaps we could begin by having you tell us a little about yourself. What am I thinking? I haven't even told you my name. I'm Samson Tangaroa.
It's really you? Samson Tangaroa? The world's greatest confectioner?
You flatter me, my young friend. And call me Samson. All my pals do.
Wow, thanks, Samson. I will. I can't believe I'm meeting you in person.
Seems Eddie knows something of this client.
Mr. E, it's the Samson Tangaroa, the singing, dancing, confectionery making sensation.
Oh no, are they gonna sing together? I don't want to sing, I'm sorry.
You can read yourself. Ping!
It's the same song that was on the show intro, right? Sorry, I know, like, other people would probably do that, but I didn't want to, I'm embarrassed. I almost started dancing along.
No way, I got to sing with Samson Tangaroa! This is a dream come true!
Thanks, little pal. It means a lot to hear you say that. My apologies, but I think we need to discuss the matter at hand. Of course. I'm sure you're both very busy. Although, where would you like me to start? So you're not just a confectioner, but also a singer and dancer? I sure am. When I'm having fun, my body just starts moving. You must really enjoy making desserts. Wouldn't be much of a confectioner if I didn't. I live to make sweets that will bring joy to others.
Hey, they're not just things, they're works of art! Sparkling, dazzling, mouth-watering creations! The stuff that dreams are made of!
So he aims to create joyous and inspirational pieces, does he?
I know, I saw the guard yeah, he's funny.
I understand that the incident in question happened at your mansion? It did. We were holding an international confectionery contest there when a body was found inside one of my creations.
Aww.
The detective in charge placed me under arrest because of it, and now here I am.
Which detective?
But I could never take a life. Never. I'm sure the police will see that too in time. They'll realize their mistake.
I sure hope so.
No. 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 Off. Off, silly girl. Lay down.
And what can you tell us about the victim? His name is Artie Frost. He was taking part in the contest. Mr. Frost was a wonderful confectioner. His creations were things of real beauty. I just don't understand. Why did he have to die? I'm sorry. He seems genuinely upset over the victim's death. I think I have a pretty good measure of the man now. Mr. Tangaroa, there's just one last thing I need to confirm with you. You didn't kill Mr. Frost, correct? Correct. I swear to you I didn't do it. Like I told you, I could never take a life. He seems quite sincere. Alright, I'm going to take you at your word. Thank you for being so forthright with me.
Usually it's straightforward, not forthright, so that kinda stumbled me a little bit.
Likewise, it's glad to talk to somebody other than those detectives. We'll head to the scene of the crime and see what we can learn. We'll be in touch when we have something more to tell you. Goodbye, Gregory. Goodbye, Eddie. I'm counting on you both.
You can put your hand down now. Oh, wait. Well, forthright, I have heard people use it before. It's just not common, so it kind of surprised me. There's the pretty lady. Also, did they like replace the flooring or something in the future? Because I thought it was like pink or red or something. Ah, the parallels. It's pretty cold in there, huh, Mystery? I never saw so much snow. Out there, sorry, not in there.
Yes, and it doesn't seem like it will be letting up anytime soon.
But just look at this place. What a sweet house Simpson's got, it's huge.
Yes, big enough to hold an international confectionery contest, no less.
Is it her? Oh! Oh no! Oh, it hit Gregory, the cloth. Are you alright? I'm sorry. Would you happen to be Mr. Gregory Edgeworth, by any chance?
I would. It's a pleasure to meet you.
I'm Eddie Fender, Mr. Edgeworth's assistant. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender, welcome to our humble abode. Judy Bound. It's an honor to meet you both. Sorry. I'm the housekeeper here, and Mr. Tangaroa's assistant. You're no housekeeper. You're Judy Bound, the Judy Bound. You know a little something of my work? She's so cute. A little? I watch you on TV any chance I get. I'm Bacon Pop's biggest fan. It's very kind of you to say so. We'd be nothing without our fans.
And what might Bacon Bop, not Bacon Pop, be?
It's only the biggest show on TV. Every kid on the planet loves it. The dynamic duo of Samson and Judy make delicious sweet stuff, all while singing and dancing. Oh no, don't do it again, Fender. Again? Oh god, okay. Go for it, Judy. At least they're having fun. Oh, it's a different song, different lyrics, okay. That was a wonderful performance, Mr. Fender. Bravo! I dance along every time I watch the show.
Perhaps Miles might enjoy it too. I'll suggest it later.
Oh my god, oh. But all this dancing really takes it out of a guy. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm the world's worst hostess. Don't you dare put yourself down like that. Here, nothing relaxes the body and mind quite like a cup of tea. Oh, maybe. Yeah, it might have been her part. of the song. Wait, didn't we see like star-shaped cups somewhere else before? Or am I thinking of something else? I might be thinking of something else. This is Salen, correct? It's delicious. Its citrus aroma is said to improve one's ability to concentrate, as I recall. Interesting. So this is what Salen... Is it Salen or Kalen? Tea tastes like, huh? How odd. The saucer's cold. Yes, it's so that the tea cools down more quickly, I'm afraid. Some of our guests don't like it too hot. I see. These teacups are very unique, too. The design is really something. You think so? Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna screenshot like everything of every cute girl in this game. I ordered them all the way from France. They're my absolute favorite. They were designed by a marvelous sculptor named Paul Halleck. Halleck? Have you heard of him? He makes the most amazing tableware in the world.
You're clearly a big fan of his work.
Oh, I am. These teacups are my greatest treasure.
She's certainly not afraid to show when she's passionate about something. If you don't mind, Miss Bound, I'd like to move on to the reason we're here. Can you tell us everything you know about the unfortunate incident that occurred earlier?
Oh, if only, Yenny. I would love to do that. Verity and this Lady Judy. Because I'm the one who found the body, you see.
You discovered the victim? Is it true that the body was recovered from inside one of Mr. Tangaroa's creations?
It is. We were in the middle of the contest's final judgment phase when I heard the sound of something big collapsing coming from Samson's room. Samson, are you in here? Jeez, yeah. I opened the door and went inside, and there was Mr. Frost's body.
Thank you. I'm sorry to make you relive such a traumatic experience.
Think nothing of it, please. I only wish I had more to tell you.
Now, if you don't mind, Miss Bound, I'd like to begin our investigation on the crime scene.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Fender, you have to save Samson. Not Simon, Samson. He's no murderer, and could never do something like that.
Of course.
Leave it to us, Miss Bound. Thank you so much. I'll go serve the others their tea, then.
Come, Eddie, to the scene of the crime.
Yes, sir, Mr. E. Oh! Oh, yeah, it is all made of chocolate. That's interesting. Oh my god, it's him! No way, everything in this room's made out of chocolate. I can't believe I'm getting to see so many of Samson's creations this up close and personal.
I might be more excited myself if the room wasn't a murder scene.
Just hearing you say that sends a shiver down my spine. Oh yeah, the tall chef hat. Yeah, that's cool. I like the red, that's cool.
That might just be the temperature in here. It's rather cold.
Yeah, now that you mention it, it is pretty chill. Yeah, oh, this song is amazing. This is one of my favorite songs from the first game.
Defense on the scene already? That was fast. A pleasure to meet you. Gregory Edgeworth. I'm representing Mr. Tangaroa. This is my assistant, Eddie Fender.
Nice to meet you.
Bad. Detective Tyrell Bad. The detective in charm is named... Charm?
Oh my god, Narris, come on.
The detective in charge is named Bad. I made a few words.
It's really
Something about this just doesn't taste right. You're eating your notepaper? He likes to chew them over his thoughts rather literally, I'm afraid. It helps him to digest and remember them. It's a little quirk of his. Please try to ignore it. Although I'd be the first to admit that's easier said than done. With the introductions out of the way. Detective Bad, would you mind if we joined you in investigating the scene? Sorry, not gonna happen. What? How come? Mr. Edgeworth is Mr. Tangaroa's attorney. Yeah, and attorneys will do anything to get him off the hook. Even put words in their clients' mouths. You think I need that on my crime scene? Mr. Edgeworth would never do something like that! I don't trust attorneys, okay, kid? Detective, you established my client's supposed guilt based on an investigation of the crime scene, correct? That's usually how it works, yeah. What of it? Then extend me to the same courtesy. I believe he is innocent, and I would like the chance to prove it. You believe he's innocent, and you didn't even see the scene yet? That's some flimsy lawyering. That's exactly why I wish to see the scene myself. I need to ensure that my belief is based on solid evidence and sound reasoning. You're about to tell me you're not leaving until I let you look over the scene? I am.
Nice.
Fine. Knock yourselves out. Thank you, Detective.
Yeah, he always has a lollipop instead of an actual cigarette.
But I'm coming around with you. Like I said, I don't trust attorneys. If you're good with that, go ahead and get to it.
That was a lollipop this whole time?
I must admit, I didn't see that coming either.
This guy's song is it's seriously one of the best character themes in the series, I think. It's just so, it sounds awesome.
We'd better get started then. I'll need you to take notes, Eddie.
On it, Mr. E.
Let's get this over with.
Man, it's so cool that like this is like the only other like actual direct sequel in the series is the two great Ace Attorney games. So like having a sequel like this that includes like so many of the first game's characters is awesome.
This is a fine selection of nautical paraphernalia. You think one of them could be the murder weapon? No, they're all made out of chocolate. You'd have a hard time bludgeoning somebody to death with one of them. Can't tell what's real in here. They really do look genuine. I can hardly tell the difference myself. A true testament to Mr. Tangaroa's skills.
Oh yeah, let me talk to him.
What is it? You're doing this all wrong. An investigation is like a popsicle. You walk around the scene, look at stuff, talk to witnesses. Everything you do is like a lick of that popsicle. Slowly, you eat it at it, until all that's left is the stick. And written on that stick is the truth.
Then I suppose I'd better hope it doesn't say guilty.
What are you investigating, officer?
Sir, I was just taking the temperature of the water here.
And what have you learned?
It's warm, sir. The stream in each room flows into the main fountain, and then the water is circulated back to the rooms.
Unusual, to say the least. I've never seen a house quite like this one. Rich folks. They're all crazy.
Pretty much, yeah.
How's it look over here, officer? Nothing of interest in that cupboard, or...
Yes, sir.
So... there is?
Oh, no, there isn't. Just a blowtorch used for cooking and some tableware, sir.
You heard the man, Mr. Attorney. Nothing to add, am I right?
No.
So, you do have something to add?
Oh, no.
Can't get a straight answer out of anybody.
Perhaps you should ask a straight question. Okay, oh, there's this guy. Let me examine more, though.
A well-equipped kitchen, and as one might expect.
Sadly, it doesn't look like there's much to be found in the way of clues.
Nothing of interest in the fridge either. We checked.
There's some very tasteful tableware here. Oh, another, star cup. Along with some kitchen utensils. This tea set is of the same design as the one Miss Bound served us with earlier. You think Samson could have been drinking tea out of that? Oh, that's interesting. It's an interesting shape.
The pot and cup were dusted for prints. His were the only ones they found.
And was that the case for the utensils too?
Everything else had been washed, so there wasn't any prints to find.
And if Mr. Tangaroa was wearing gloves while he was working on his confectionaries, that could explain why prints were only found on the teapot and cup. Okay, alright. So this is where the body was discovered.
Yeah, they took it away already, but everything else is just how we found it.
Well, that looks... is that like a coin or something there?
It appears the body was inside the treasure chest. Yeah, woman by the name of Bound found it.
Yeah, we already saw this just a little bit ago.
Seems she heard something breaking and came in to see what it was.
If only we had just a little more information. There's something else in here. It's... looks like a seal of some kind, with somebody's initials as an intricate shape carved into it. Sorry, I'm having a little trouble reading for some reason today. Is it for making those fancy wax things on documents? Do you think it belonged to the victim?
No idea, but it's gotta be lodged away. But it's gotta get logged away, so I'll take that.
Okay, how did the ship... did the chocolate just melt too much and the ship came crashing? It's really rather impressive, making an entire ship out of chocolate. That's Samson Tangaroa for you! Don't you just want to take a big bite out of it? Which part to bite first, though? That's the real head scratcher, you know?
Bite any part of it, kid, and you'll be off this crime scene so fast your head'll spin.
Hey, I was just making a joke! Stop staring at me like that! I do sometimes wish Eddie could keep his cool a little better. He still, like, gets really nervous easily when he's older. That's cute. Hold on. After sailing the seven seas, the legendary ship happens upon a great treasure at last. This piece is a tribute to the adventurous spirits of... Okay. So they sailed 6 whole seas before they found anything? Not exactly the luckiest crew out there.
Sometimes you gotta take a bunch of wrong turns before you find the truth. That's what being a real detective is all about.
Did they even have detectives back in the day? Anything else? Nope, okay. Oh, what about this sign? Yeah. The Red Rover and the Crimson Tide. Looks like this title is the inspiration for everything on display here in this room. The ship and the treasure chest, of course, but also all the nautical objects on display. It's certainly a suitable grand theme,
suitably grand theme with which to showcase Mr. Tangaroa's talents.
Okay, what? I already checked this, didn't I? Oh, just a random piece? Oh, one of the stands for the ship is broken, okay. The ship must have collapsed onto the treasure chest and smashed it open. Wait, do you think? Could that be how the victim died? He was crushed by the ship? If he was, this becomes an accidental death and not a murder. You too serious? Don't worry, detective. For the moment, we're simply discussing a possibility. I was being serious, though. Detective, can you tell us a little more about the state of the victim's body? Let me see. Got a picture here someplace. You can see for yourselves. Oh. Death was from blunt force trauma. And what about the weapon? Has it been found yet? You can ask the prosecutor in charge about that. The detective's not one for sharing much, I see. Would you mind if we borrowed this? No skin off my nose. It's not like it's official. Bound took it with an instant camera when she found the body. An instant camera? Like it's disposable or something? No, it means that it develops the pictures right there and then when you take them. No way! Sounds pretty convenient. Now then, I'd better get my facts straight and take down some notes of my own. There's something in this picture that contradicts with the current crime scene. Yeah, like if, because the ship crushed like in the middle of the chest and it didn't hit the head. At least that's what I'm thinking right away. Well, hold on, let me check. Let's see. Victim's body was found. Appears to have been blood loss from blunt force trauma. Yeah, it doesn't seem like anything hit him on the head. So I guess like
Eureka!
You said the only thing that has been removed from the scene is the body? Yeah, then that piece of cloth that was wrapped in. And something here doesn't quite add up. It doesn't? Take another look at the scene in front of us, detective. A very conspicuous pool of blood that should be here is clearly missing. You're right. Don't remember anyone mentioning they'd removed the blood along with the body. Let me check with forensics.
What is it, Mr. E? What did you figure out?
Compare the treasure chest in the photograph to the real thing.
Yeah, the under the head part. You can never eat too much chocolate. Yenny.
In the picture, the solid chocolate bottom continues underneath the deceased's head. And yet the part of the chest is gone now.
The part with the blood all over it.
Exactly. So did the police remove it? Or perhaps the killer? It wasn't forensics. They're saying nobody took anything like that away. Interesting. So somebody deliberately removed the blood from the scene? Could be.
Huh. Let's see. Sound of something breaking. The stand breaking, I guess? Yeah, the sound of the stand breaking.
The stand broke and the ship collapsed with it. and the loud sound it made brought Miss Bound a running. Yeah, said the ship had already keeled over by the time she got in here. But why did the stand collapse? What caused it to break? Maybe the whole thing was off balance from the get-go. Could that really have been the case? Maybe. Why did the chocolate stand... Oh, okay, I don't think that's gonna match with the... Let's talk to this guy. And you are? Ooh. This guy's... Oh, this is the guy's theme. Okay. Sorry, meditating. Did you want something, detective? Oh, I'm an attorney, not a detective. Gregory Edgeworth. A pleasure to meet you. And I'm his assistant, Eddie Fender. I see. Name's Carmelo Gusto. I'm a confectioner, here for the contest.
This music is so good.
You are? What's your specialty, Mr. Gusto?
Ooh, pastries?
The art of air and sugar.
Oh, okay. No way, look at that! It's a little baby seahorse!
It's a dragon. A noble soaring creature of the skies.
That's a dragon?
It does look more aquatic than airborne. No need to sugarcoat it. My design sense is weak. I know that better than anybody. That's why I'm heading to Zhengfa. When this is all over, I need to train hard. Perhaps we should get off the subject of his design sense for now. So what are you doing here, Mr. Gusto? I didn't think that they were allowing civilians on the scene yet. Detective wanted to know more about one of the priests in here. Makes sense, seeing as he's a contestant. Perhaps I should ask him a few questions of my own. Those are some interesting implements you use, Mr. Gusto.
Yeah, it's kind of cool though.
Sugar-blowing pumps. They put air into the sugar.
That's so cool! It's like watching a swordmaster do his thing.
I am no master. Not a day goes by that I don't hurt myself one way or another. That's why I wear red. That way it doesn't matter when I make a mess. The way of the confectioner is a lonely one. You never stop learning, not until you die.
The way of the confectioner sounds like a long one, too. If he's still injuring himself on a daily basis. Yeah, that's not really a good thing to brag about.
What can you tell us about the contest? Based on what we've seen so far, flavor doesn't seem to be the only criteria at play. The contest was Tangaroa's idea. It's about art. Confectionery as art.
Confectionery as art?
Art you can eat. Every part of it. Every single item in this room is edible.
The whole place does kind of smell like chocolate.
Tangaroa is a genius. A once-in-a-generation talent. Flavor and flair, he has it all. And if you can't outdo the god of confections himself, you can't win.
I don't know, man. Beating out the greatest in the world seems kind of hard, yeah?
As it should be. Whoever beats him becomes the greatest in turn. That's the real prize here. Nothing else matters.
So you're competing for a title, effectively?
And a treasure. The ultimate cookbook. Tangaroa's most prized possession. If you want to know more, it's all written down here. It's the list of rules that was given out to contestants.
Okay, I'll have to look at that. Whoop.
Judging will proceed clockwise from the leftmost room.
All contestants gather in Mr. Tangaroa's room when judging ends. Huh, okay.
Sorry, I don't know much about what happened. I only heard about it after the judging was over.
How was the judging organized?
It started at 3 p.m. Tangaroa began making the rounds right around then. He left his own room, then worked his way around the venue clockwise.
Yeah, Gusteau, then Scone and Frosts? Who's Scone?
My creations were first to be judged. After that, he went to Scone's room. She's another one of the contestants.
Oh. What can you tell us about her?
Ruthless, brutal. There's nothing she wouldn't do to win. She was working with Cream. Some kind of dreamscape. Then, last of all, Frost's room. His thing was flavored ice. Sculptures this time, or so I heard. Bound found the body while Tangaroa was still making the rounds. She panicked, ran to call the cops. Tangaroa went right on judging, claiming he didn't know a thing about it until afterward. Went ahead and looked over the victim's work, even though the guy was nowhere to be seen. Pretty suspicious behavior in anyone's book.
I don't have enough information to challenge him on that yet. By the way, Detective Bad, what were you and Mr. Gusteau talking about earlier?
I was gonna ask about the piece on the wall here, the one in the frame. Seemed like something was off.
Oh, really? Angel beset by thorns. Angel's cookbook?
Thought I'd better ask somebody who knows about this stuff. But then you bozos showed up and pulled me away from my very important work.
Perhaps we can take a closer look at it together.
Can't take a hint, can you?
Mr. Gusteau, would you mind helping us out?
Of course. Confectionery is my life.
One of the candlelight thingies is melted or away or something.
If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you. That's very kind of you. A candelabra made of chocolate.
There's a title here, The Light of Life.
Well, this particular light seems to be missing one of its life-giving flames. Does it have some sort of symbolic meaning, or could it be something else? Looks like a fire alarm.
Yeah, and before you start prodding it, it's not made of chocolate. Push it and bells will start ringing. People will come running from the security room. A whole bunch of hassle, so don't. I know you want to, but don't.
Honestly, the thought hadn't even crossed my mind.
Typical attorney.
What does being an attorney have to do with anything?
It's a journal belonging to the captain of the chocolate ship, also made of chocolate. A Diary of Despair, that's some title.
Come here, Ken, see how we crossed the sea and rode the red tide to misery. Quite a jaunty rhyme for such a tragic-sounding tale. Oh, there's a handprint on it, that's why. Who knew you could make a picture this pretty out of chocolate? Samson really is a god among men! Is it really made of chocolate, though? It looks far too much like a regular illustration to me.
You have a good eye, I'm impressed. That's no piece of candy. That's the ultimate cookbook.
The ultimate cookbook. In other words, the grand prize.
What? So it's not made of chocolate after all? No, the book is simply framed in some. Tangaroa showed it to all of us when he gathered us here to explain the rules.
So the participants knew that the grand prize was in this room the whole time.
Anyway, you see it too, right? The frame, something's off.
The oddity Detective Bad was going to ask Mr.
Cousteau about earlier. Yes. You're right, Detective. Something is missing from the frame. The frame itself? Huh? What's missing? I better show Eddie which part of the frame is missing some chocolate. Right. Oh, right here.
Take that!
I don't know if I like this voice for Gregory. I'll have to wait until we start, questioning people.
Look at that decorative work in the corner here. Something missing, no?
Oh yeah, it's different from the other side.
That's not like Tangaroa. The balance is all wrong. But that's not all. Take a look around. Every confection in this room is missing some small bit.
You're right, the candle holder, the nautical stuff, they're all like that.
Did somebody deliberately damage them?
No, I'm not gonna give anyone that voice. Why would I do that? Give who a super... Oh, Gregory. No, I'm not gonna do that. I meant, no, not what I was doing for him. I meant the voice clips.
That's a very good question. Or did Tangaroa just wanted to look like somebody messed with his work?
He'd never do that of his own creations, never!
Could this have some deeper meaning for the case?
Well, there's also a handprint, yeah.
Are these finger marks? Yeah, but we don't know whose yet. Still haven't figured it out. No fingerprints, no ID. Finger marks without prints. They could certainly be more important to the case.
It's a real head scratcher, all right.
Not really. I'm guessing whoever it was wore gloves.
Where's your sense of romance, of adventure?
There doesn't tend to be much of either at a crime scene, Eddie.
Dude, quit sneezing, dude.
Are you alright, Eddie?
Yeah, but it sure is chilly in here.
Yes, it wasn't exactly warm out in the fountain room either. But it's even colder in here. Would you like to borrow my jacket?
No, I'm fine. And besides, you said you'd give it to me when I finally got my attorney's badge.
I did, didn't I? Why do they have the heat down so low? Chocolate needs to be kept at the right temperature. Take a look behind that panel on the wall. What panel?
Right there, yeah. Ooh. Oh, excuse me, sorry. Look at that, it's where this whole... was there this whole time?
There's one in each of the contestants' rooms. Tangaroa hid them so they wouldn't spoil the aesthetic of our works. And what do the controls do? They adjust the temperature and the lighting. Goes all the way down to -22 Fahrenheit. Cold enough to keep any confectionery from melting. So in effect, each room is a giant freezer.
It's 59 degrees in here! No wonder I'm cold! Hey, Detective Bad, you, mind if we turn it up a little? No, why? That's gonna ruin everything.
Preservation of the crime scene is the foundation of detective work.
But I'm not a detective!
The same goes for us attorneys, Eddie. We must never disturb the scene of a crime. Get used to the cold. It's all part of your training. Chocolate needs to be kept at 59 and 65 degrees. Between 59 and 65 degrees. There's no way around it. You know the temperatures by heart, huh? Guess it is your job. It's the very least I should know. Any real confectioner should be able to tell you that and more. Alright, what about lollipops and cream? If it's not too hot or humid, a lollipop should be fine just about anywhere. Cream needs to be kept at around 50 degrees. Need to watch out for heat and humidity, huh? Duly noted. Detective Bad kind of brightened up when he was talking about lollipops, didn't he? I suppose he must be very fond of them. He is always eating them. I don't believe there is any more to be found here. Okay. Let's see. Blunt force trauma, damaged creations. You think the stand was part of the damaged thing for this piece? I'm gonna try that. Yeah. All of Mr. Tangaroa's creations are missing a little piece each, including one of the stands that was holding up the ship. Somebody really went all out. Do you think it could have been the killer? It's certainly a possibility. Either way, I think we can safely say the stand was damaged in our mysterious person's tampering spree. And when it broke, the ship fell and smashed open the treasure chest, which would have remained closed otherwise. Yeah, there we go. I think we're about done here for now. Well, if I wasn't convinced before, I am now. Tangaroa did it, no two ways about it. What do you mean? All the rooms in this place lock from the inside. The only way to unlock them from the outside is with this key. I see, and who had access to that key? Who do you think? Tangaroa. And it's the only one. There aren't any copies.
Then how did Judy get inside?
With the mansion key, Tangaroa could slip into anybody else's room anytime he liked. And he could even lock his own room from the outside if he wanted. But Mr. Tangaroa's room wasn't locked, was it? Nope, which is exactly what makes him a suspect.
Oh, okay, so it just wasn't open. It just wasn't locked.
Would you care to explain your thinking?
Ooh, nice. We get to do our first questioning.
If the door had been locked when the body was found, Tangaroa would have been the obvious suspect. Which is why he deliberately didn't lock his room.
Oh, actually, really quick, I want to see, can I, I'm gonna try the, arranged setting for just a little bit so that we can hear the new music.
And why he smashed in the lid of the treasure chest so the body was on full display. Everyone was supposed to gather in his room when the judging finished up. So he made it look like the murder happened while he wasn't there.
Excuse me, sorry. I don't know why I'm yawning, sorry.
The one thing he didn't plan on was bound finding the body. Anyway, that's my thinking of this whole thing. Good enough for you, Mr. Attorney?
Do you also believe it was Mr. Tangaroa who damaged the other pieces in this room?
Yep. I know you have to believe your client. That's your job. But I'm a detective and I serve the law. No matter how squeaky clean somebody might seem, a suspect is still a suspect.
I fully understand your reasoning, Detective. Now, would you mind if I applied a little critical thinking of my own?
Do your worst.
Just as the detective wouldn't compromise his devotion to the law, I won't compromise my beliefs either. And I'm not about to just accept his version of events. In fact, I'm going to show him the piece of evidence that highlights the contradiction in his claims. Cool, let's do it.
Hold it!
Yeah, I feel like maybe his voice is just too young. Too young sounding. He sounds younger than Miles. And he's older than Miles here. So, well, I mean, obviously, because Miles was still a kid at this point. That's hardly solid grounds on which to base your suspicion of Mr. Tangaroa, Detective.
And that's hardly solid grounds to start shouting objections left and right, Mr. Attorney.
I'm so sorry. I'm not trying to yawn. I'm really not. I'm trying to hold him back.
Maybe quit interrupting and let me finish.
Maybe it's just because I'm trying to get my voice down, like, too deep. Oh.
Hold it!
And why would he deliberately not lock his door? Because if he'd locked it, he might as well have held up a sign saying he did it in such a... He did it, since he had the only key. But maybe it was just a coincidence. Maybe he just left it unlocked without meaning to. He just happened to leave it unlocked, and somebody just happened to find the body? Come on, kid. You'll never make a detective thinking like that.
But I don't want to be a detective. I want to be an attorney.
I'd be grateful if you stopped trying to steal my apprentice. Look, there's a reason why Tangaroa left his door unlocked.
Ah, God, I'm trying to hold back yawning. I'm so sorry. Hold on, let me take a sippy sip.
Hold it!
You're saying Mr. Tangaroa himself deliberately smashed the treasure chest open? Yep, if he hadn't, the body would have never been found. I struggle to see how he managed to destroy his own creation while judging the contest at the same time.
Exactly! And besides, there's no way he would have disrespected his sweets. He eats every last crumb on Bacon Bop while dancing. That's the only way his stuff gets destroyed.
This ain't about what happens on TV, kid. You know about Bacon Bop, Detective? Am I the only one who isn't familiar with this show?
Wow, I never would have guessed! Can you sing the theme song too?
Never mind that now, focus. The point is this. Tangaroa was responsible for breaking that lid.
How do we know?
Hold it!
How do we know, dude?
The judging began in Mr. Gusteau's room, correct? Yeah. Kinda wanted to check his hard candy stuff out myself. In that case, how about a demonstration?
Aww.
Well, it's you, Detective.
Are you calling him a dirty dog?
It's a wolf! Huh? A lone wolf? I like it. I'm starting to enjoy these little displays. Anyhow. So we made it look like the murder happened while he wasn't there.
Hold it!
Do you have a clear idea of when exactly the murder took place? Not yet. Autopsy report's still pending. And you still went ahead and arrested Mr. Tangaroa? We may not know when the murder happened, but we know when the body was discovered. It was while Tangaroa was judging Gusteau's room. The perfect alibi if he could set it up just right. But still not grounds for an arrest. Surely you have to agree with that. Do I? Especially when I've got nothing more to say to you. Why do I get the feeling he's hiding something? Detective Bad seems pretty convinced that Mr. Tangaroa is the culprit.
But there's no way he would have vandalized his own creations. No way! Still, the treasure chest did get smashed in. There's no denying that.
Perhaps we should focus more on what led to the body's discovery. Doing so should make it easier to spot the flaw in Detective Bad's theory.
Huh, okay. If the door had been locked when the body was found, would have been the obvious suspect, yeah. Which is why he deliberately didn't lock his room. Oh, let me look at the evidence again. So... found in Simpson's inside a chocolate treasure chest. So, Why he smashed the lid in the treasure chest? No, because it was... The lid was closed until the ship... Oh, wait, no. So, part of the treasure chest...
Objection!
Okay, I think I finally figured it out. I'm doing okay. I'm feeling better. Yanni, thank you. We've established that the body was hidden inside the chest, and that Miss Bound only came running into the room when she heard a sound. Seems reasonable to infer that the sound was that of the chocolate boat collapsing.
Sure, seems likely, based on the evidence.
And yet you assert that it was Mr. Tangaroa who had smashed the lid of the chest? This photo makes it clear that the ship... It was the ship that did the smashing. Right. And if that occurred only moments before Miss Don't shoot here, Emma. No. No, you can't do that. No, you can't do that. Stop it. And if that occurred only moments before Miss Bound had entered the room, then it couldn't have been broken by Mr. Tangaroa, who was out judging the contest at the time. That's true.
I never said he did it then and there. He could have done something to the stand so it'd collapse when he was in the middle of judging.
Objection!
Have you any way of proving that assertion? Yeah, his voice is just too young sounding. 'Cause he's... How old is he? Let's see. He is... Oh, it's not showing. That's weird. He must be like... At least like mid-30s to late 30s or something.
No, but the investigation isn't over yet. There's still time.
So he doesn't have anything conclusive. Have you found any prints in this room besides those of Mr. Tangaroa?
Yep, one at the door.
But we found Tangaroa's and Frost's prints on there too.
We were all brought in here for a briefing, right before we started working on our creations. Those prints are probably from then.
I take it you haven't checked any of Mr. Tangaroa's works for prints yet?
Why would...
We know that somebody tampered with them. Therefore, it's possible they left some prints behind when they did so.
Fine. But if we don't find anything, your guy's still top of my list, got it?
Hi, Cash.
You, check all this chocolate stuff for prints, now!
Yes, sir, right away. Why didn't they do that first and foremost?
Detective Bad!
We finished dusting the chocolate and we found prints that don't belong to Mr. Tangaroa, sir.
Go on. Whose?
Delicia Scone, sir. She's one of the contestants.
Good work. You can go back to whatever you were investigating before.
Yes, sir. These names are pretty cool. I like them. So it seems we have a suspect besides Mr. Tangaroa.
Even without your lawyerly input, I wasn't about to wrap up the investigation anyway. I'll go speak with Miss Scone and see what she has to say for herself.
Delicia Scone. Mr. Gusteau mentioned her too. He said that she was ruthless, that she'd do anything to win. This Scone lady sounds like a pretty suspicious character, huh, Mr. E? Yes, I think we'd better try to speak with her ourselves as well. Detective Bad, would you mind if we accompanied you?
Babysitting you is not my job.
Oh, come on!
But I guess you did pick up a couple useful clues already. So if you want to tag along, be my guest.
Thank you, Detective. You're too kind. But Detective Bad, sir, I don't think that's such a good idea. The lead prosecutor is still busy in there. It'll be fine. Me and him don't exactly see eye to eye anyhow. Who is this him? Who did they assign the case to? Manfred von Karma. Oh boy. Oh boy. What? They gave it to von Karma? He hasn't lost a case in 25 years! Manfred von Karma, a living legend over the prosecutor's office. Office! We've never faced one another in the courtroom, but I've heard plenty of stories. They say he'll do anything to ensure a guilty verdict. Oh, so this is their first time meeting? Oh, wow. But I can't let that distract me. For now, I need only to continue to do what I believe is right. Oh, okay. That was actually a pretty short segment. I mean, it doesn't help that I cut it off early, too. Oh, wow. She's cute! Emma, no barking. Good girl. Yeah, this is, so far this is flashback. This is, I think what's going on is we're getting the flashback of, like, the events. Yeah, we're getting a flashback of the events, of a case that was unfinished, I think. And Eddie is trying to, like, give us the rundown of what's happened so far. Whoa, a candy castle! And look, there are even some little elves to go with it. That's cute. What you looking at over there, officer? Room's laid out pretty much the same as Tangaroa's. It's not as cold though, that's something. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like there's a temperature control panel here too. There's gotta be something related to that for, like, how the body was moved or something, I don't know. Because they keep bringing it up. Over there with that orange light, is it? Over there where that orange light is, right? We'd better take a closer look at it when we can. It's like a fairy tale storybook in here. And this whipped cream covered construction must be the work of Miss Delicious Scone. Where is Miss Scone? Me? Why, I'm just over here, dearie. She looks a little bit like, what's, Fat Princess? A little bit? She's cute, I like her. Oh, just look at you lovely boys. Delicious Scone at your service. Some cheeky blighters back in Blighty even called me Miss Delicious. Called a lovely boy at 34. Oh, he's only 34, wow. The lines on his face, like with his jawline and stuff, kind of make him look a little bit older than that, but I mean, that doesn't matter. Unexpected, to say the least. Lovely boys? Really? Even Mr. E? Oh yes, dear. You, the detective over there. You're all lovely boys to me. I'm nobody's lovely boy, lady. Name's Bad. I wonder just how old she is. Finish this up so we can get out of here, Mr. Attorney. Yes, alright. It's the same voice clip, that's awesome, as the original. What's the meaning of this, chit-chatting with the defense? He was inside there? Mr. Edgeworth, some scary guy just stepped out of the castle. Von Karma. What? He's Manfred von Karma? Sorry, mannequins. The notorious Prosecutor von Karma himself. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. von Karma.
Gregory Edgeworth, attorney at law. I couldn't care less what your name is.
And he still does the snapping thing. Oh my gosh, this is so cool.
Your job is to lose to me in despair, disappear, never to show your sniveling face again. What a thoroughly rude individual.
Those piercing eyes, that furrowed brow. You're even scarier than they say.
And you might want to keep such rude thoughts to yourself, Eddie.
Inner monologue.
We were hoping you might permit us to carry out some brief inquiries, Mr. Von Karma. And why would I wish to extend you any such courtesy?
This clearly isn't going to be easy.
So long as your inquiries are limited to this room, I suppose I'll allow it.
Why the sudden change of heart?
You, the tall fellow! Name's bad. Is that so hard to remember? I didn't ask for your opinion. The thoughts of a lowly detective do not concern me. But I do admire your spirit. Bad, see to it that these worms don't step out of line. Why do I have to? I am not offering you a choice, detective. I need to go look over Cousteau's room. Good day.
Yeah, get out of here, dude.
Great, more babysitting.
Why aren't Detective Bad and Mr. Von Karma investigating together? They don't seem to know each other well enough for there to be bad blood between them. Well, looks like we have permission to investigate. Guess we better get to it.
Indeed. I'm not sure I trust Mr. Von Karma's motives, but at least we can do that much. Hold up. I haven't been over this room yet either. You're not messing it up before I get my chance. You'll have to wait till I'm done.
Huh? But I thought you were the lead detective. How come you didn't take a look at this room yet?
Because I wasn't the first one they assigned. One of Von Karma's pets was on the job before me.
I wonder who that is then.
Right up until just now, in fact. I got here not long before you did. That answers my question as to why they're working separately, I suppose.
What say we look over the room together, Detective? It worked out well enough before. Then you won't have to worry about us messing things up. You can keep an eye on us as we go.
What kind of screwball attorney asks to have a detective breathing down his neck? Guess I'm stuck with you for a little while longer.
Yes! You're amazing, Mr. E!
You have our thanks, Detective Bad. Don't be too grateful. This is my scene. The second you get in my way, you're out of here.
Of course, we understand. Now shall we begin? Cool. Well, where did the lady go? Oh, there she is. She's hiding her face. She's so cute. What's the matter, Miss Scone? You seem a whole lot less cheerful than you were a minute ago.
Is it Mr. Von Karma? Did something happen between you two?
Why, yes! Nothing happened at all. But you just said yes. That was a hello yes, you silly boy. Aren't you just the sweetest little sugar dumpling? Remind me, what was your name again?
Oh, Eddie.
Eddie Lumpkin. Oh, you'll go far, dearie, I can tell. Eddie Lumpkin?
Seems our English gentlewoman has taken a liking to you, Eddie. No small accomplishment.
She's not exactly what I pictured when I thought of a gentlewoman, Mr. E.
Never mind that now. We should ask her for a few questions while we can. Could you tell us about what you did over the course of the contest?
Of course, dearie. Let's see. It all started at about 10 in the morning. That's when we got set to work. And, well, I spent most of the time here in my room getting everything ready, as you'd expect. Oh, and then there was a lovely afternoon tea for an hour or so from around 1, I think?
Afternoon tea? It's an English tradition. A chance to drink tea, enjoy a snack, and make small talk.
So kind of like recess.
suppose you could say that.
Oh, you really know your onions, don't you, Gregory Pegleg? Why did I say Pegleg? That's a weird nickname. That's weird. Such a clever boy.
When did I become Greggy? And where was this afternoon tea served?
Oh, in the garden, of course. There's a lovely little one just outside. They do it at the same hour every break during the contest. Lay out a nice little spread, you know.
In the snow?
But today, only me, Samson Sillypants, and Moody Judy were there for it. I don't want to call him that. I don't want to call him that. Sammy had already finished his big creation, so he was there the whole time. But poor old Chillywinks and Gusty Pants had to miss out because they hadn't finished yet. Bless them.
You're saying everybody except Mr. Frost and Mr. Gusteau were present?
That's right, dear. To tell you the truth, I hadn't finished yet either. But I wasn't about to miss out on tea and cakes served by our two TV superstars. I went right back to work when I finished, though. Tootled off while the others were still nattering away.
And at any point during the contest, did you visit any of the other competitors' rooms?
Well, no, dear, don't be silly.
That's strange, because your fingerprints were found in Mr. Tangaroa's room.
God, red-handed. I like her big round cheeks.
Wait, so you admit you were there?
Oh, well, I can hardly deny it now, can I? But I didn't kill anybody, I swear. I suppose I'd better tell you what really happened. Just promise you'll believe me, won't you, dear?
What exactly were you doing in Mr. Tangaroa's room?
Well, I suppose you'd call it research?
Research?
Sammy's a dab hand when it comes to the old sweet making. Everybody knows that. So when I noticed there was no one in there, I just popped in for a quick bit of research, like I say.
What kind of research leaves fingerprints?
Yes, well, it stands to reason I'd leave fingerprints, doesn't it? After all, it's hardly research if you don't have a little nibble now, is it? That's what I figured, like she actually had, like, taste tested things.
What? You ate little pieces of them? So the traces of tampering in Mr. Tangaroa's room, that was all you?
I'm ever so sorry, sweeties. I didn't mean to make a mess. I had to take a little bite here and there, didn't I? I didn't want poor Sammy getting upset, so it was just the teensiest bits in pieces.
And the stand holding up the ship? You took a bite out of that too, I suppose?
Oh yes, dear, of course I did.
It was you. You brought the whole thing crashing down.
I'm sorry, my lovely, truly I am.
Hold on, is that why you left the afternoon tea early? You were heading off for a second helping of sweets?
Look, just please believe me. I never killed anybody, I promise.
Her actions were certainly suspicious, but that's about all we can say for now.
Yeah. Okay, I don't know if she'll say anything. Yeah. I'm just gonna present some things and see what she has to say. Okay, I don't think she... Yeah, alright.
The 4 adorable elves in the sweetest little castle made of sweets. So that's the theme behind Miss Scone's creations, huh? Unlucky for her, things aren't quite as sweet around here as she's trying to make out. There's a blowtorch and some chemicals here. I guess it's all for cooking with. I wonder what these chemicals are. Let's take a look at the labels. Mango Down 911? Homocyanate? 247? Wait, they're all poisons? No, sir. They're common colorings and flavors used in candies and desserts. The first is concentrated mango, boiled down to its purest essence. Hence Mango Down. They're asking for trouble with a name like that. Now I'm curious as to what homocyanate it must be. Yeah. It's a cute little elf made of candy, and it's sitting on a little tree stump. Huh, the whipped cream decorations around it are beginning to lose their shape. But the elf seems completely fine. Strange. There's a small door on the wall here, just like Mr. Tangaroa's room. Here, I'll open it. Temperature 68 degrees. Light set to green. Didn't Gusto say cream needs to be kept at 50 degrees? Temperature in here is too high. Yeah. Yeah, it is. That is odd. I wonder why. It's an incredible piece of work. Hard to believe this whole castle is made out of sugar and cream. I know, right? It's like we're inside a magical medieval story or something. I didn't know you were into such fantastical things. Sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. Didn't mean to get so carried away there. Oh, no need to apologize. I admire your enthusiasm. I sometimes wish my own son was as animated as you. You have a son, Mr. E? I do. He's still in elementary school, and yet he'd rather read a statute book than a fairy tale. I can't help but worry that his interest will make it hard for him to make friends. Don't say that. He sounds super interesting. He'll make a ton of friends. Me included, I'm sure. I like to think you'd be more of a big brother to him than a friend, Eddie. A big brother, huh? Guess I have some growing up to do. Better take this more seriously. Indeed. Then with that in mind, shall we continue our investigation? Oh yeah, some of the pillars are missing. Huh, these pillars. They have hexagonal indentations. Looks like something's supposed to go in there. Well, whatever they were, they're long gone. Hexagonal indentations, huh? I wonder. Well, they're probably the same things holding the pink cream or whatever is up there. Castle's covered in whipped cream, so maybe a giant strawberry? A giant strawberry with a hexagonal bottom? Look, I like strawberries, okay? Can't blame a guy for wishing. Aw. I prefer bananas myself. Blueberries for me. The doors of the castle have been left wide open. Yeah, was the guy born in a barn? He could have at least closed them behind him. I'd like to see you say that to Mr. Von Karma's face, Eddie. Wait, there's a bunch of stuff inside. Let's see. Hold it, kid. If anybody's gonna be handling evidence, it'll be me. Cream's going all runny. Yeah, lady, you gotta turn your temperature up. Alright, tell me what you want me to look at first. 2 big rock crystals? Looks like somebody was using the castle for storage. Kind of expected something a little more exciting behind those doors. Oh, I know! Maybe they're giant uncut gemstones? Maybe this whole thing is based on a story about a castle with a priceless treasure hidden inside. I think I'd treat my priceless treasures with a little more care.
There's something on the bottom of them. Oh, there you go. Yeah, the hexagonal things. I was right, they are gemstones. The stands must be so they can be put on display. Well, whatever they are, it seems they're not just a large set of paperweights. They fit into the pillars. There's a bunch of blue cloth back there. 1, 2, 3, 4 rolls altogether. Well, they certainly aren't made of candy. No idea what this stuff is for. Almost like somebody hid it in here. Wait a second, hold on. It's the same blue cloth. And I think I've seen some fabric of the same color somewhere else before. Yeah. Anything else? No? Okay. These must be the various tools Miss Scone used to build her castle. Buckets filled with cream, trowels, and a brush. Is she a patissier or a plasterer? Don't you go making jokes at my expense, you cheeky young devil. I don't just slap stuff on walls like a silly old plasterer. I have to spread the cream out lovely and smooth, then work out all the rough patches. That's literally exactly what a plasterer does. Stepladder? What's the matter? Something weird about the ladder? It's not a ladder, detective. It's a stepladder. Yes! Same difference. Far from it, actually. You'd know if you observed their basic natures more closely. Amazing, Mr. E. I'll have to remember this for future reference. I love that they keep that. It's in every game, I love it. Okay. Let's see. So let's do... Yeah, so the rock crystals go into the pillars. The rock crystals stand and the pillars in front of the castle feature the same hexagonal shape. I believe the crystals are meant to be placed on top of the pillars. Oh yeah, hexagon to hexagon. Makes perfect sense. But if that's the case, then why were they being hidden inside the castle? The rolls of blue cloth and the rock crystals inside the castle. I imagine both must belong to Miss Scone. Miss Scone, what were you using the items inside the castle for? Oh, those? Sorry, Lambkin, but I'm not allowed to say. Let me guess. Von Karma? How did you know? Please don't ask me to tell you. I'll have my guts for garters. Seems the prosecution really has no intention of sharing anything with the defense. Man, thought we were onto something with those giant rock crystals, but... What's that, dearie? You're interested in my little trinkets? Your trinkets? Yes, my sweet. I use them to make people all lovely and relaxed. You use rock crystals and cloths to do that? I do. It's wonderful. You should see it. And they're not just any old rock crystals either. They're great big lumps of salt with lights inside them. Wow, those things are lamps? Oh, lamps inside them, not lumps, sorry. Oh, that's not even the half of it. Those cloths hold an even more exciting secret. Yeah, a body. She really opened up the moment we started talking about her trinkets. Since you're here, why don't I give you lovely boys a taste of my relaxation magic, Oh, Batty Bumpkin, can you get it all out and set it up for me? The name is bad. Is that a no? Why are you being so selfish, Batty Bumpkin? Have you finished taking photos of this room yet? Yes, sir, we have, sir. Then help Miss Scone here with something, will ya? Yes, sir, right away. Oh, you're a sweetie at heart, aren't you, Batty B? That's amazing, Miss Scone. You got him to do exactly what you wanted. That's some talent. I love her. She's so cute. Thank you ever so much, Battykins. Oh, and you, Officer Lovely. She's even giving nicknames to the forensic guys now. I guess it's her way of showing that she cares. So, what about this is supposed to be relaxing exactly? Oh, don't be a big sourpuss, Batty Bee. The fun's only just beginning. Officer Lovely, you can switch it on now.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
Huh.
Wow, it's beautiful. She's doing the pout. She's doing that cute pout.
It is. I wish my son were here to see it.
Isn't it though? Isn't it just wonderful? The 4 adorable elves in the sweetest little castle made of sweets. That's my theme, you see.
Wait, then... Oh, there they are. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay.
And I thought it would be extra lovely if it was all lit up. Isn't it the nicest thing you've ever seen?
One of the elves must be feeling a little left out.
Ah. It's missing, yep. This is how it was supposed to look for the contest. But I'm glad you lovely boys got to see it at least.
Wait, shouldn't the lamps be lit up too?
Oh, what happened there, I wonder?
I think we'd better take look at the lamps and the elves one more time.
Yeah, there's like the power thing, or maybe that's a camera, I'm not sure.
This elf doesn't have an illuminated cloth over it like the others.
It's not fair to leave the poor guy out, Miss Scone. Well, I didn't want to, did I, dear? But one of my cloths and one of my little machines went missing.
A cloth and a sort of machine? What sort of machine exactly?
Oh, you'll never guess how it all works. Those luminous cloths are connected to these little thingamajigs. They're called, full spectrum light emitting devices. They send light down the main cable and into each optical fiber strand. That's what makes the cloth glow. With a little bit of fiddling, you can change the light to any color in the whole wide world. Oh, I love her, she's so cute. Bring red like ferocious fiery flames. Cold blue like clinking crystals of ice. They have these special batteries that last for donkey's years, and they don't even mind the cold at all.
Forgive me, so these machines, they're what makes the special luminous cloth light up all these beautiful colors, Mr. E. I see. So much new technology, I can barely keep up. So these light emitting devices, you lost one of them? And a piece of luminous cloth?
That's right, Lambkin. Heaven only knows where they could have got to.
This cloth could have something to do with the case.
Yeah, it's the same one that was wrapped up the body. Let's see. Oh, jeez. Okay, I didn't mean to examine the cloth. I meant to examine
the lamps appear to be broken. Bulbs are smashed, both of them. Maybe they fell and broke on the floor? Look, there's a red stain on the one on the left. That's not just a stain, that's... Yep, it's blood all right. I can smell it.
Even when it's dried up like that, you can still smell it? What? Blood?
Why is there blood on this lamp? Could it have something to do with why its bulb is broken? We'd better take a closer look at the other one too. So Miss Scone had actually intended to use these lamps in her display. Then why were they stashed inside the castle? Maybe because they're broken? Except, there's plenty of other places she could have put them. The best place to hide some salt is in some sugar. Isn't that how it goes? Or perhaps the best place to hide a tree is in a forest. Anyway, if her intention was to put these salt lamps in her final display, that contradicts a certain piece of evidence in my possession. Willow cloth and navy blue, it's very calming hue. Can I not examine this thing? Oh, there we go. Whoa, look at all these buttons! I believe they're for changing the color of the light. Try pressing one, Eddie. Hey! There, now the cloth is all lit up. It's so pretty no matter how many times I see it. The cloth is now glowing with a pale blue hue thanks to the light emitting device. Didn't Miss Scone say one of these cloths in its machine are missing? Who do you think could have taken them? I have no idea, but I suspect it might have something to do with our case somehow. Yeah, it definitely does. What, So is it...
Eureka!
No, dang, okay, I'm not supposed to connect those two yet. Something in the evidence that these decorations go against. Oh, non-confectionery items. Okay. Yeah.
Eureka!
Take a look at the list of rules for the contest, Detective. Non-confectionery items may not be used as decoration. That means the salt lamps and the luminous claws would be both have been against the rules. Is that why they were stashed away inside the castle? I think we need to dig a little deep further into this with Miss Scone before we can say for sure. I think that's it then. Okay, yeah. Let's see. The whipped cream in this room is collapsing because the temperature is too high. It's 68 degrees. My messed up shoes can vouch for that. And yet... when you opened the doors to the castle, the handles themselves were just fine. Yeah, they were sturdier than expected. Sturdy? That's not the way I would describe most things made of confectionaries. Are the handles not? Yeah. I think it's safe to say those handles aren't made of candy. It's not just the handles, the whole castle. The little elves? They're all just plastic models with whipped cream smeared on them. What? So none of this is confectionery art after all? No, it's simply made to look like candy, with the cream having been added to lend it all an air of authenticity. Wow, what the hell? Why would she do that? I'm gonna connect the lamp to the... well, yeah, it most likely was the lamp that was the... We know that the victim was struck and killed with something blunt. And we found blood on one of the lamps, which has a smashed bulb inside. Could the lamp not have been the murder weapon? For sure! It could definitely do enough damage to kill someone. You, science guy, did you finish analyzing the blood from the lamp yet? Yes, sir. Just got done a minute ago, sir. The blood is the victim's, no doubt about it. There you have it. So the murder weapon was hidden in Miss Scone's room. I'm beginning to think we may need to add her to our list of suspects. I don't want to, though. She's so cute. So not only did she use decorations that were against the rules, she didn't even make any real sweets. Miss Scone made a mockery of the rules. Yeah, guess she's not gonna get crowned world's greatest now. And why is it so warm in here? Do you think it's got something to do with all this? That's a good question. I think we'd better go ask Miss Scone herself. Yeah, and I don't think I have anything more, right? Yeah, no, okay. Hey, lady. Miss Scone, why is the temperature of your room set to 68 degrees? Because I hate the cold, don't I, dearie? And besides, being chilly's no good for a girl. If I want to keep my fresh-faced complexion, I've got to be careful about these things. We ladies have to stay young, don't you know? How old is she? Oh, we don't know. How old is she really, though? That's what I'd like to know. It's not polite to speculate on a person's age, Eddie. 68, 72. But most of your work is made out of whipped cream. And whipped cream needs to be kept at 50 degrees or it starts to deflate. Is that so, dearie? Well, silly me. I've only gone and made a whoopsie. Yeah. World-class confectioner, my foot. Not only did she break the rules by using fake candy, she's ignorant on basic facts about her supposed craft. Miss Scone grows more mysterious by the minute. Wait, so she doesn't... She won't react to the new stuff we found? Huh. Oh wait, yeah, let me do that again, because I wasn't expecting that. Oh, you've got quite the eye, haven't you, dearie? You'd be amazed at how it works. Actually, never mind. Can't go giving away my secrets now, can I? Well, that was strange. What just happened? Did Mr. Von Karma bully her into staying silent about what she knows? Huh. So... how would I go about questioning her then if... oh, here we go. That's why she went to do research, because she just doesn't know anything. She has to be grandma age? Probably. Miss Scone appears to lack basic knowledge about how confectionery is created. She says that she snuck into another entrance's room for research purposes. Hardly the actions of a world-class confectioner competing for a major prize. Yeah, not how I'd picture a top pro acting. Does she maybe just lack a little confidence, or is she not actually a confectioner at all? Perhaps she had another agenda altogether. After all, we only have her word for it that she went into that room to do some research. Wait, you mean... maybe she went in there to commit a murder? There's no way of saying for certain just yet. But she is hiding something, that much I'm certain of. Hey, there we go. That's enough investigating for now, don't you think?
Yes, we've certainly found plenty of interest. Something's been bothering me for a while now. Mr. Von Karma would have surely found the murder weapon when he searched this room. And yet he didn't arrest Miss Scone. He didn't even seem interested in questioning her. I think our first priority should be to find out what he's really up to. Detective Bad, I have a few things I'd like to ask Mr. Von Karma.
Me too. Him and Scone.
How could you, Batty Bumpkin? Stop staring at me like that!
It appears Detective Bad is just as suspicious of Mr. Von Karma and Miss Scone as I am.
Miss Scone, would you be so kind as to accompany us? Of course, dear. Where are we off to?
To find Mr. Von Karma.
Oh, well, there he is. Oh, it's almost Christmas.
Mr. Von Karma, we'd like to speak with you if that's alright. Judging by your faces, I'm guessing you found the murder weapon.
We did.
It was in Miss Scone's room.
Which means that Mr. Tangaroa should no longer be the only person of interest.
Huh, nonsense. It doesn't matter where the weapon was found, Tangaroa is guilty. And as long as this is my case, guilty he shall remain.
How can he be so sure of Mr. Tangaroa's guilt? You have an explanation, I assume, for why the murder weapon was in Miss Scone's room?
Of course I do. And I'll be delighted to share it with you.
Oh, here we go. This is their first ever encounter. This is really cool. Oh my gosh.
Tangaroa killed Frost with one of Scone's salt lamps in order to frame her for the murder. To complete the deception, he took it back to her room once the deed was done. After all, if it had been found near the victim's body, Tangaroa would have seemed doubly suspicious. A body may be hard to move, but a murder weapon? Considerably less so. And that is why there was no piece of evidence on the scene that pointed to a particular suspect.
Oh yes, it did.
So it's your assertion that Mr. Tangaroa took the salt lamp back to Miss Scone's room? It is indeed. But it is more than an assertion. It is a fact, based on my own investigation.
You mean you have proof that he did so?
I don't need any such thing. If you have a rebuttal, I'll be happy to hear it. But I highly doubt you'll be able to fault my logic.
No, this is pretty easy to figure out.
Hold it.
So he took one of the salt lamps from Miss Scone's room back to his own?
Indeed. He prepared it beforehand, knowing that it would be the perfect weapon with which to kill Frost.
But we found the lamp in Miss Scone's room. Surely this casts Miss Scone herself as in a suspicious light.
Perhaps if you would let me finish. Now, as I was saying.
Hold it.
You're talking about the lamp made of rock salt that was hidden inside the Candy Castle, correct?
Precisely. I was the one who found it. So be grateful. It's thanks to me you even have such a vital piece of evidence.
What made you go inside the castle in the first place, if you don't mind me asking? Good point! Maybe he just wanted to see what it was like in there?
Fools! You think I went in there on a whim? I went in there because detectives are an incompetent lot, so I investigated it myself. But I had nothing to do with the initial investigation.
That's right, Detective Bad wasn't a part of this investigation until very recently.
If you want my trust, Detective, you'll have to earn it. And a good first step will be to stop wasting my time. Now, if you'll allow me to continue...
Hold it.
But he came under suspicion anyway due to the body being in his room. So why... Would you like to hear a favorite expression of mine? Even a dog can hold still and stay. Now let me finish! If only I could say the same to you.
Hold it.
So you think he hid the body in the chest but removed the murder weapon from the crime scene? Yes. He foolishly believed his own creation to be the perfect hiding place.
Eek! I'm sorry, I had to help myself.
I think you mean you couldn't help yourself, no?
You want a head pat? You're so... Oh my gosh, you're so nice, Yenny. Thank you. I would do the head pat thing if I knew how to do it. I don't know how to, so... I still have to figure it out.
She doesn't seem very sorry to me. In any case, the weapon was taken away while the body remained at the scene of the crime.
Hold it.
But if there's no proof, how can you say for certain that Mr. Tangaroa is the culprit? Is that the best you can do at pressing me? Listen here. The presence of the body in Tangaroa's room is in itself proof enough of his guilt.
Objection.
And you didn't find evidence pointing to any other possible suspects? Perhaps you should take another look. You might. You really don't give up, do you? There is no need to take another look. Tangaroa is guilty, end of story. If you insist on asserting otherwise, then show me some proof to back up your ridiculous claims.
Emma, I need you out of there, okay? Out. Out. There you go. Good girl. You don't go under my desk.
I have to think back over the scene of the crime.
It's the cloth, right? That is why there's no piece of evidence on the scene.
Objection.
It's true that the murder weapon and the blood-stained chocolate were removed from the scene of the crime. But something else remained that does point to one person in particular. Take another look at the photograph of the body, if you will.
I feel like the remixes, for some reason, are at like a slightly lower volume than the original music. And I'm not really sure why. It may just be that it's cleaner audio, so it sounds like it might be a little lower. I don't know for sure, but the cloth covering the victim's lower half, is that not one of the same luminous cloths we found in Miss Scone's room? What's that, dearie? One of my lovely, colorful cloths? At the scene of the crime, you say?
Luminous cloth? Nonsense! I see no lights to speak of.
I guess he doesn't know how it works.
It may look like an ordinary fabric at first glance, but attach one of these light-emitting devices, and the difference soon becomes apparent.
Oh my gosh! I love that they recreated his original sprites so faithfully, but like there's more detail now. I love this HD art. Look at his face! I don't think he was expecting that.
But the fact that the cloth can be lit up is neither here nor there. We have to show why it's important. One of the rolls of cloth from Miss Scone's room went missing. And if you look closely at the blue cloth in the picture, wouldn't you say it's clearly made of the same material, Mr. Von Karma? The salt lamp and the luminous cloth both belong to Miss Scone. And seeing as the body was wrapped in said cloth, surely even you have to admit that's suspicious. Mr. Von Karma, I think it's time to accept that a number of factors point to Miss Scone as a person of interest.
Great! Greggy Pegleg, how could you? You're accusing me of all people?
I'm not accusing you of anything just yet, but I do think you're hiding something.
That's not...
Just to clarify, your assertion is that both the murder weapon and the cloth were in Miss Scone's room prior to the murder? Exactly. Is something funny? Only that you've walked so carelessly into my trap. Neither the cloth nor the murder weapon were in fact in her room. So sorry to have to break it to you. What does he mean? Tangaroa spotted them before the contest began and noted that the lamps and cloths contravened the rules. He subsequently confiscated them and took them to his own room for safekeeping.
You could be lying about that, though.
Then, after the contest began, nobody saw Hide No Hair of Frost as he was secluded himself in his room. And the only person capable of entering his locked room was Tangaroa, possessing, as he did, the only key.
But it was unlocked.
And as you say, and as you now know, he was also in possession of the lamp used to commit the murder. So you see, I have had everything I need to get Tangaroa convicted all along. Well, how does it feel to have lost to me before even setting foot in the courtroom?
God, this can't be happening. Wait, all our hard work was for nothing? Miss Scone, why didn't you tell us your stuff was confiscated by Mr. Tangaroa? Well, dear, Mannequin said that if I spilled the beans, I'd end up being the one under suspicion.
Mr. Von Karma said that?
And he wasn't wrong now, was he? You two accused me yourselves just a second ago.
Pathetic. Curse you, Von Karma. You led us to the murder weapon knowing we'd make certain assumptions as a result. One more thing, my pathetic friend. There are 2 and only 2 sets of fingerprints on the murder weapon. 2? Yes. Those of Delicia Scone and Samson Tangaroa. No others were found. Tangaroa used the lamp he had confiscated to murder Frost, and was foolish enough to hide it in Scone's room without first removing his prints. At this rate, no one will even need to testify. My perfect evidence will do all the talking for me as I secure his guilty verdict.
Objection!
But wait! What about the luminous cloth that was left behind in Mr. Tangaroa's room? What about it? He probably meant to return it after disposing of the body. Ugh. I don't have enough to disprove any of what he's saying. No more pitiful objections? Then get out of my sight and close the door behind you.
Mr. E!
I'm not about to just give up. I see you mean to waste more of my time. Bad, escort them off the premises now. This investigation is not over yet.
Oh shit, wow, he's not afraid to stand up to him.
Detective Bad? What is the meaning of this? Sorry, but I'm not in the habit of leaving cases half-solved. There's still one last thing from the crime scene we haven't identified.
The ring, maybe?
He's right, we still have the evidence of somebody's activities to account for.
Oh no, Gusteau. I think. This is what they're thinking of.
We can discuss your lingering doubts at our leisure, Detective. But whatever they might be, they're no business of the defense's.
Objection!
I beg to differ. There's a piece of evidence I'm still not satisfied about it either. And I suspect it might be the same thing that's bothering Detective Bad. What?
You had an unidentified something that was left in Mr. Tangaroa's room. The seal? Or the teapot. It could be either one. I'll try the teapot. Oh, nope. Okay, not the teapot. So maybe the key? Oh no, it's because it says it was... I'll try the seal. Nope, okay. It might be the key then.
Take that.
No? Wow, okay. Huh. I'm trying to think of what they mean, then. Unidentified something that was left... Oh, the handprint, of course. There were finger marks on one of Mr. Tangaroa's creations. Supposing they belonged to the murderer, it could certainly explain how their prints didn't end up on the murder weapon. How do you know so much of the crime scene? Because I let them look around. You let the defense examine the scene, Bad? Are you out of your mind? I don't remember you telling me not to. Insolent worm. You would do well to remember this then, detective. That the results of your next salary review is up to me. Ugh. Detective Bad's in trouble now, too. I'm sure glad you're my boss, Mr. Edgeworth. As long as you remember that the results of your salary review is up to your performance on this case. A mere attorney uncovering such a fact based on a cursory investigation. I'm almost impressed. But it's entirely possible that those finger marks belong to Tangaroa. After all, he wore gloves while preparing his creations.
Objection.
So did others. But can you prove conclusively that the finger marks are his? Furthermore, there is still something about Miss Scone that doesn't add up. Is there? Or are you simply not prepared to admit defeat? Oh, stop it, Greggy, stop it! Why are you being so mean to your poor old pal, Delicia? I owned up to nibbling poor Sammy's sweeties. What more do you want? I don't want to have to make you a suspect, that much is certain. But you lied to us. And you're still not telling us everything. Gregory, stop it! Stop bullying me! I'm sorry, but you don't even know the temperature whipped cream should be kept at. What kind of professional confectioner doesn't know something as fundamental as that? I'm sorry, alright? I'm sorry, I'm just a silly, muddle-headed girl. What more do you want me to say? I don't think you're muddle-headed at all. I think that you were never a confectioner in the first place. Enough! I'll thank you to keep your baseless accusations to yourself. He knows, obviously. Evidence is everything in a courtroom in case you've forgotten. If you're going to accuse a witness of perjury, then I demand that you present something to back it up. But this isn't a courtroom, is it? Nevertheless. It was, plastic models. Every single one of Miss Scone's creations break the rules of the contest. The offending items, the cloth and the lamps, were duly confiscated as we have established. And the witness did not go and bring them back to her room herself.
Objection.
But those weren't the only rule-breaking items in her room. What? The entire fantastical world Miss Scone created, every last bit of it, is all just a collection of plastic models slathered in whipped cream. That cream is the only authentic confectionery in the room. No real world title contender would ever stoop so low.
Is this true, Bad? Yep. Saw it with my own eyes. Stepped in it with my own shoes.
How did you not know? You were inside. You must have known. You were inside that castle. Did we finally convince him?
With her lies exposed like this, surely he can't continue to deny the facts.
Miss Scone, your actions place you firmly on our list of suspects. No, dearie, I'm no killer. Then why don't you finally start telling us the truth? Who are you really, and why were you tampering with your rival's work? All right. The truth is, I'm not the adorable little cook you see before you. I'm actually a pharmacist, if you can believe it. A pharmacist? I can't blame him for being so surprised. This couldn't be further from what we'd imagined. So what's somebody in your line of work doing entering a contest like this one? Well, I just love eating sweets, if you must know. And Sammy's sweets are the best, or so they say. I just had to enter. I didn't mean to end up making it all the way to the final. Oh, did he really not know? Even Mr. Von Karma is lost for words. That's it? That's the only reason you're here? Yes, dearie, and it was all worth it. Samson's Silly Pants sweets are the tastiest treats I'd ever did eat. And the finger marks? Were you the one wearing the gloves? No, that wasn't me, dear. I don't even wear gloves. Remember, Miss Scone's fingerprints were found elsewhere on Mr. Tangaroa's other creations. I'd say that points to her not having worn any gloves. Exactly, Lambkin. Greggy Peglegs got the right end of the stick. I'm an innocent woman. No, not innocent. You're just not guilty.
Is your head filled with cream too?
Yeah, she needed that chocolate. Sorry, mannequins. Her head may not be filled with cream, but she's certainly no master of Sutterfudge. Sutterfuge? Maybe? I don't know. Miss Scone, were Mr. Tangaroa's works the only ones you sampled? No, dear. I couldn't help myself. When I'd finished my afternoon tea, I tipped over to Chillywink's room for a little taste, too. What? Seriously? You were in the victim's room, too? Yes, dear. Nobody was in there, you see. Quite possibly because the occupant was already dead. But I could only stomach one little bite. I never tasted anything so salty in my life. Salty? So I had myself one of the tasty star-shaped bits off the side to cleanse my palate. You have quite the sweet tooth, don't you, Miss Scone? She pretty much is Fat Princess. Indeed, what didn't she sample? That's everything, I promise! Greggy Peggles, Mannequins, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to make a mess of things. As long as what you've told us is the truth, that's all that matters in the end.
Do not think for a second that this means I myself believe you. I'm going to investigate the victim's room now. We'll see how truthful you've really been after I'm through.
Mr. Von Karma, please let us accompany you. I think it's only fair that we be allowed to investigate the veracity of our conclusions.
Accompany me if you like, but don't think for a second you'll be permitted to conduct your own investigation.
We'd like to accompany you all the same. Yeah, I'm wondering why she said salty and not sweet.
What in the... What is the meaning of this?
Everything's all melted? Oh no. Oh no. No. Miss Scone, no, why did you? When we got to Frost's room, we saw nada. It was all gone. The whole enchilada. Nice rhyme. Was this the work of the culprit? A dead body hidden in a chocolate chest. A murder weapon moved mysteriously to another room. This case was a real peach, and it was going to take some serious sleuthing to get to the bottom of it all. Oh man, I feel so bad for her. She didn't realize. I think... I'm thinking like... I mean, I have a theory. I'm not gonna say it, but I have a theory of why what she tasted was salty and it's not good. April 2nd? Is this a late April Fool's joke? Whoa, went deep on that one. Sorry, Malzarino. Didn't mean to bend your ear for so long. It's been 17 hours. I have no idea that was how it all came about. I read the files, but they don't go into anywhere near that level of detail. I'll bet they paint things in a much rosier light for the prosecution, too. Von Karma was the one in charge, after all. Yep, it's the same hat. I knew it. What happened with the case after that? Well, what with the ice sculptures vanishing from the victim's room, things hit a bit of a rough patch. So rough, in fact, that it took a full year before they could even reach a verdict in the trial. A year? This was back before they brought in the whole initial trial thing. You didn't have to finish up in a double quick time like you do nowadays. I see. Did they ever find out how the victim's creations managed to just disappear? So, something I'm really hoping for with Ace Attorney 7, whenever that's revealed, is that they freaking finally bring back all of the elements that they initially promised on, but then just never brought back. So, like, there's reference to this of, like, how the court system used to allow more than 3 days for a case. There was the verdict system, or there was the, not the verdict system, the jury system, that was brought up at the end of Apollo Justice. That got thrown out until Shu Takumi decided to actually bring it into the Greatest Attorney games. The jury system should be in Ace Attorney 7. The concept of having more than 3 days in a case could also be very nice, depending on the pacing of how cases need to progress. Like, some things that they just, like, they reference and they bring up as things like that are gonna be in, like, future things, and then they just drop it for no reason. I hope they bring them back. They were sorbets or frozen desserts or whatever you want to call them. Ice, in other words. And if it's made of ice, it can melt, which is exactly why they concluded what they concluded must have happened. But there's a chance that it wasn't how things actually went down. What do you mean? So this place is a gallery these days, but back then it was Samson Tangaroa's place, yeah? Indeed, and in the site of the IS-7 incident. Well, word is Frost's ice sculptures are suddenly back on display, 18 years after that fateful day. The very sculptures the victim made? Who knows? Could be they're just modeled on the originals. But I figured it was worth coming down for a little look-see, just in case. Seemed like the least I could do for poor old Gregory. Well, alrighty then, let's go take a look at these icy marbles, shall we, kiddo? I believe they're on display in the Winter Wing, as it very snazzily known.
So, Winter Wing, Winter Wing. Huh? I don't believe it, it's locked. The gallery's open for biz, but the Winter Wonder Wing's off limits? What gives? Fender. Perhaps you should look more closely at the pamphlet we were given. The Winter Wing is over there. Is it? Freaky. Could have sworn it was this one. Anywho, shall we? Time to dive on in and see what we should have seen 18 years ago. Maybe they switched rooms? Yo! It's them! Oh my god, it's the MILF. I see they're still keeping it chilly as all heck in these rooms. I'm about to turn into a popsicle stick. It is the Winter Wing, you know, but you're right. It's like a freezer in here. Oh, there's one of the lamps. That's not broken. It could be a trick of the light, but it feels like the whole room is made of ice. The temperature controls will be somewhere at the back there, if memory serves. Hey, Milester, can you go peep the degree count? I'm thinking a complaint to the management is in order. There is such a thing as too cold, you know. Alright, if you insist. Take your time, mosey around and take in the sights while you're at it. I got a camera I need to prep for action. Feel like your pop might appreciate a picture of all this. I'll put it on this grave so he can have a gander. Of course. This lady right here in the red. She's from the third game. She's hot. So how about this? I scream out, oh no, this must be the work of that villain Damask. Yeah, and I go, that's me, the legendary Mask Damask. Yeah, and then, no, say that and you'll be in cuffs before you can blink, Ronnie. You gotta take this more seriously, otherwise how are we gonna get this to market to sell? Oh my god! What exactly are these two plotting? So, long story short, he was a burglar. And the wife didn't know it, but he was doing burglary and like selling the stuff he was stealing for money for her to spend, basically. So now I guess after that case, now she's in on it. Now they're both doing it together. That's kind of funny. Who's this kid? A boy wearing a backpack. What's he doing in an art gallery on his own? She wanted me to run a gallery so bad she just quit the industry? I don't get it. I just don't get it. Does this boy know the owner of the gallery, perhaps? Wait. Oh, she wanted to run, not she wanted me to run. Okay. Yeah, I misread that a bit. There's a huge block of ice on display here. It must be incredibly heavy. Though maybe not, what with it being hollow on the inside. There's a constellation engraved into the surface, along with some explanatory text. The Pleiades? Known to some as Subaru, they form part of the larger constellation of Taurus. But why cram so many stars into one tiny part of a single constellation? I guess people in ancient times weren't hugely careful about such things. Thank you, Yenny. This lamp appears to be made of rock salt. It's illuminating the diagram of the zodiac just above it. Yes, both Gemini and Taurus are not only zodiac signs, but constellations that are visible during winter. Winter constellations on display in a Winter Wing. And uniquely, these statues are made of flavored ice. According to the pamphlet we received, the ones in the other rooms are made of crystal glass. Ice might be rather fitting for the summer wing, too. Who doesn't like a nice snow cone on a sunny day? But then it would probably be too similar to this room, I suppose. Huh. Fender, I can't seem to find the temperature controls you mentioned. Oh yeah, it's a little tricky if you don't know where it's at. Here, I'll have it open for you in a jiffy. Huh? Dang, thing's locked. Makes sense, I guess. Wouldn't want the visitors cranking up the thermostat and melting the art. According to the pamphlet, the winter wing is kept at a constant 27 degrees. Jeez. Hoo-wee, that's colder than a snowman's cold bits. Interesting choice of words. I'm gonna freeze to death in here. Guess there's only one thing for it. Somebody's getting a snuggle. Hey, what's with the icy stare? You want me to freeze to death? No. There's an enormous block of ice on display here. There's some explanatory text engraved in it. Castor of Pollux. Every year in December, countless shooting stars can be seen emanating from this constellation. So then Damask needs to. Yeah, and then I wish these two would stop talking so loudly. It's difficult to concentrate. Never mind. I'll just go to look at some other exhibit. There are two large ice statues on display here. Guess these are remakes of Frost's work from 18 years back. Wait, so Scone took a bite out of a giant ice block? How sturdy are her teeth? Real eye-catching stuff. Ice sculptures are a heck of an art form, huh? It is. These are the works my father never got to see. To think that I get to see them instead, so many years later. Sorry to butt in while you're deep in a thing called Milester, but would you mind looking at this way a sec? This way? Beautiful, yeah, just like that. Oh my gosh. Aw. Say cheese! Please don't do that again. I don't like having my picture taken. My bad, big guy, my bad. Had to check if this old thing was still working is all. Now that you mention it, your camera does look rather ancient. Yep, vintage model. You ever hear of an instant camera? It develops the picture right after you take the shot. Still twists my noggin trying to think how it works. I know what an instant camera is, although I've never used one. Haha! Should have known Mr. Know-It-All would know it all. You really are your father's son. Alright, step aside. I need to get some good shots of the room here. For all his joking, he looks very serious about the pictures he's taking. He must have his own theories about the IS-7 incident. Ooh, should have been a paparazzo. These are gold, and they develop right away. Want to see? Well, since you've already shoved it in my face. Alright, Brainiac, question. What do these two sculptures represent? They appear to represent the Taurus and Gemini, two constellations best observed during wintertime. Bingo! He shoots, he scores! Whew, you're a regular encyclopedia, Milester. Guess that's why this is the Winter Wing, right? Because they have the Winter Star stuff on display here. Anyway, seeing as I'm the nicest old rogue on the block, that one's yours for keepsies. Thanks. So, hold on one second. So the light thing is plugged into the ice sculpture instead of the lamp behind it?
or something? I'm not sure. So the victim made these same Zodiac statues out of flavored ice for the contest 18 years ago? Sure did. Lovingly crafted life-size desserts. I only ever saw the old ones in photos, though. But these are the spit of the originals. So this is what you wanted to show me? Yep. Think Gregory would have wanted you to see him, too. And I may not have had it in me to come here on my own. Sorry to drag you along. Not at all. I'm happy to be able to see where my father's final case unfolded. Good to hear you say so, Paleo. What say we grab it? Wait, so this is the case? That Von Karma killed Gregory? Oh man. What say we grab another quick snap to commemorate this heartwarming occasion? Absolutely not. Wait, not hungry? Not hungry, Edgeworth? Alrighty, I got the shots I wanted. Shall we scoot on over to another wing and see what's cooking? Might as well do the full tour while we're here. I suppose so. What was that? It came from the fountain room. Come on, let's go see what's up. Oh shit, Larry! And Gusteau? What is Gusteau doing here? There's someone on the ground. And is that? Larry, what are you doing here? Actually, never mind that. What is going on? Angie! You should have seen it! It was awful! Just calm down and tell me where this is. Why there's an unconscious man on the floor. I didn't do anything! He just fell down in front of me! Wait, I know this guy. It's the pretty lady Judy again! Oh my gosh. Oh, she has a longer ponytail. Is everything alright? Don't you know it's rude to make a racket in an art gallery, you naughty boys? Wait, this smell. He's still breathing, but I know these symptoms. It's not safe, Miles. We need to get everybody out of here. Everyone with me. There isn't a moment to lose. There's poison gas coming out from that room. What? How? How's the victim doing, Fender? Not good. He inhaled a lot of gas. Gas. He's still out, and it sounds like he's pretty serious. Gas. But the paramedics said there were no sign of external injury, and that he was conscious before it happened. Anyway, he's alive, just barely. He's lucky we found him when we did. But like I said, he's not out of the woods yet. They put him in the medical... Yeah. They put him in the medical room with the specialist. I see. I couldn't help noticing that it seemed like you knew him, Fender. Sure do. That was Carmelo Gusteau. He was here back when the whole IS-7 thing went down. The confectioner? So he was here 18 years ago too. Anyhoozles, this guy here seems like he's in rude health. Old pal of yours, Malzarino? Yes, something like that. I'm glad you're okay, Larry. Something like that? Are you serious, Edgy? You've known me since elementary school. Crush a guy's feelings, why don't you? Anyway, you know you're supposed to call me Loris Donim when I'm dressed like this. So no more Larry, okay? Got that? He's still trying to go by that name. This is Larry Butts. He's a bit of a troublemaker, but he's one of my only friends from back when we were little kids. Ever since he developed a passion for art, he's been trying to make it big as Loris Donim.
But new name or not, he's still the old Larry. Whoa, grade school buddies! I need to go tell Gregory about this. He'll be over the moon to hear you have a pal. He was always worried you'd never click with anybody. Hear that, Edgy? You're lucky to have a friend like me. I never knew I was the cause of such worries for my father. Never mind that now, Larry. What are you doing here? Larice, Edgy! How many times do I have to tell you? It's Larice! What are you doing here? Oh, what's with the demon eyes? Alright, I'll talk. Just stop looking at me like that. Good, now talk. You wanna know why I'm here? Why the heck do you think? For my art, of course. Oh, and I'm coming on a date here with Lulu soon, so I thought I'd better scope the place out. So not actually for your art after all. Larice, my man, an artist and a romantic. You'll have to introduce me to this lady friend of yours. Lulu? Who's Lulu? Oh, sure! It's nice to have somebody take an interest for once. Spare me. Oh, by the way, Lauricio. Did you notice anything when you found the victim? Nothing in particular. Didn't you say you'd seen something awful? Oh, that. The old guy, he just appeared and then splat! He was on the floor, scared the life out of me. But for once, I had nothing to do with any of it. For once. Don't look so proud, that's the least we should be able to hope for. Oh my gosh, she's so pretty now! Well, she was before, but she's even more so. Honored guests, I can only apologize for the trouble you've experienced. I'm Judy Bound, the gallery manager. Another person from the IS-7 incident. Good to see you, Judes. Mr. Fender, it's always a pleasure. I love her. She was at the reception desk when we arrived, so she's the one in charge here. I can't believe you had to go through something so awful, and on our first day in business. Oh, really? Is this their first time opening? Hey, quit that. It's not your fault. Oh, wait. I guess I better introduce you guys. Judy, meet Miles Edgeworth, son of the late, great Gregory. Really? You're Mr. Edgeworth's son? Well. No! Oh my gosh, her back. Isn't this fabulous? That's that great man's son here with us. 18 long years have passed. But now look, he's here at last. Oh, she's singing. Okay, it's very lovely to meet you, Mr. Fine Attorney number 2. Judy, that was the bomb. I see you're in a good voice as ever. Miles Edgeworth, Prosecutor. It's a pleasure to meet you. Oh, you're a prosecutor? I'm so sorry. Forgive me for jumping to conclusions. She's very polite, but there's something strange about her. Hey, Judy, can I, get an autograph? You can write it in here. Well, if you're sure you'd even want such a thing, I would love your autograph. Why do you want it, Larry? Rude! You know who she is, right? Come on now, Milester. You don't keep up with showbiz news or nothing? Guess that's now a big surprise. What's going on? Why are they looking at me like that? Judy here's a living legend. It's not just TV, movies, musicals, chart-topping hits, you name it. Oh, don't be silly. I'm just a humble art gallery owner now. I finally quit the biz for good. I finished shooting my last movie just the other day, in fact. Some of my co-stars were even kind enough to say that they would come visit once we opened. Anyway, here you are. Good luck with your artistic endeavors. Thank you so much, Judy. I'll treasure it till my dying day. You and me are peas in a pod, Larice. Peas in a gosh dang pod. How lovely for you both. Larry, could you go practice your drawing somewhere or something? You did come all the way to an art gallery after all. It would be a shame to waste the opportunity.
A real artist drawing our exhibits? What an honor!
Guess even you can have a bright idea once in a while, Edgy. Alright, Judy. Seeing as you were so nice about it, I guess I will. Be right back.
He's a real live wire, that one.
That's one way of putting it. I can only apologize. By the way, there was another woman with you before. Where is she now?
You mean Delicia? Delicia Scone? She's in the medical room helping to care of Mr. Gusteau. I call it the medical room, but it's nothing quite so grand, of course. I can't stay with them as I'm the only one on staff, and I can't leave the gallery unattended for long.
Delicia Scone. We've heard that name before, haven't we, Fender? Sure have. Sounds like our IS-7 bingo card is complete. Something tells me this isn't a coinkydink.
Perhaps I could offer you gentlemen a cup of tea?
A drop of the old Judy Bound Special Blend? Why not? For old time's sake. That would be lovely, thank you.
Uh-oh, Chica's in the kitchen. Now if you'll both excuse me. I'd better go and explain things to the other visitors.
You go do your thing, Judes. Thanks again.
Are the plates cold again?
This aroma. Saline, I believe. Let's give it a try. This is a fine blend. A top quality saline indeed. Its citrus aroma. It's said to improve one's ability to concentrate, right? Your old man said those exact words 18 years ago. Really takes me back. There's just one difference. Jude's cooled the saucers back then. Not today, though, it seems.
Really? So then, did she have like ice or something on the trolley back then?
Anyway. Don't you think this is all a little odd? Every single person from an 18-year-old case, all assembled in the same place at the same time? Yes. It almost feels as if an investigation is in order.
Are we able to?
Mr. Edgeworth, sir, you're all right!
Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender! We heard you got caught up in a poison gas attack, so we came as fast as we could!
Well, if it isn't the cavalry. Come on, team, bring it in.
No way! Besides, they're both doing just fine! Gummy and I got ourselves all worked up over nothing!
Detective Gumshoe, what were you thinking bringing Kay with you? Sorry, sir. I knew it was dangerous, what with the poison gas and all, but she wouldn't take no for an answer. I ran and I ran and I ran and I ran, but I just couldn't shake her off.
When it comes to running away, the great thief right here is the world champ.
Then run away. Don't chase the poor detective.
Oh my god, he's a Lethal Company person.
Alright, sir, just say the word, and I'll head in there and start investigating. You guys stay here. That gas could still be dangerous. Alright, we're counting on you, detective. Good luck in there, Dickie boy.
I have a feeling that the character designer for Eddie was probably heavily inspired by Lupin III for his design. Like, he just has that, like, that similar attitude and, like, similar, like a long chin kind of facial structure. No way! Gummy almost looked like a real detective! I'm so proud of him.
But he is a real detective. This is Edgeworth speaking. Mr. Edgeworth, looks like the gas is mostly dissipated, sir.
Wait a second. Wait, so... Did he walked into the... Hold on one second, where's the pamphlet? Is the winter wing and the autumn wing the same? Because I thought he walked into the autumn wing. Not the... Yeah. Because we ran out of the winter wing when Larry and Gusteau fell out of the autumn wing. So... Are they just like copies of each other?
Very good, detective. Now calm down and tell me what you see.
Oh yeah, it is a copy! Because look, there's a second light thing attached to the right ice statue. And there wasn't in the other room. That's so weird. Why would they have two of the same exact exhibits and name them different things?
Yes, sir. First off, the exhibits. There's a statue of two people on the left side. And on the right, some kind of two-horned animal. Wait, a statue of two people and a two-horned animal? That sounds familiar. In fact, it sounds identical to the display in the winter wing.
Yeah, okay, so he did go into the autumn wing.
Other than that, this place is looking pretty damp. The sprinklers sprayed the place good. Must be what stopped the gas from spreading. The sprinklers? Are there any signs of a fire? No, sir. And the fire alarms haven't been triggered either. Sprinklers look like the type that detect heat and smoke.
Huh.
When they detect something, they send an alarm, either fire or smoke, to the security room. Guess they read the gas as smoke and triggered the smoke alarm right that way. And was anyone in the security room when that alarm went off? This place only has one employee, and that's Judy Bound, the manager.
And she was at the reception desk across from the security room the whole time since the gallery opened.
So she heard the alarm from across the way and turned on the sprinklers? Yup. Seems they can only be switched on manually, and only from there. Wouldn't want the art gallery getting soaked for no good reason, I guess. And if it's manual, you could maybe even check how bad the fire was, and try to get some stuff out first. So the security setup is geared around protecting the exhibits. That makes sense in an art gallery, I guess. And one more thing, it's freezing in here. This isn't the autumn wing, it's the deep midwinter wing. So the autumn wing is cold too? I checked the temperature. It's 26.5 degrees in here, sir. Why is the autumn wing being kept at the same temperature as the winter wing?
Judy, what's going on?
That's about all I've got for now. I'll let you know if I find anything else, sir. Understood. Thank you, Detective Gumshoe.
Judy's got a little explaining to do. What did Gummy have to say?
He said that the autumn wing is actually quite wintry.
Huh? I don't get it.
I'm wondering what it could mean myself, but it's a bit hard to tell from out here. We should try to get in there as soon as the police are done with their investigation. Amen to that. We need to see what the deal is for ourselves.
Is there anybody else who might know something in the meantime?
Oh yeah, there's this one guy, Miles's best bud.
His... what?
If we have to, and I guess we have to.
Oh, he's kind of cute there. That's cute. Wait, that's... the Steel Samurai. Kay, didn't expect to see you here. You're looking as fresh-faced as ever. Yeah, long time no see. Larry, right? So, here's the deal, Kay. I'm Laurice right now. You see, I'm also a bit of an artist. Ah, so it's your alias. I like it. Good to see you, Laurice. I always knew you were a nice, thoughtful kid. Unlike some people. I have some questions for you, Larry. What the? How am I a suspect? Just because I found the guy, that doesn't mean I did the crime. I never said you did. I just need you to tell us what you saw. You said you saw something awful. How so exactly? Look, I didn't see anything and I didn't do anything, okay? I don't think I did anyway. God, Larry, you're really gonna do this every time? Whoa, Chief, you didn't sound too sure of yourself at the end there. There's something you should know about him, Fender. When something smells, it's usually the butts. We've been saying that about Larry for 26 years now. His ability to attract trouble is legendary, for want of a better word. His ability to cause trouble too. I suppose I'd better find out what he did this time. Ooh, we're going into his mind. My chessboard is in my mind! Our aim is to uncover anything that Larry might be hiding. However, I didn't see anything and I didn't do anything, and you can't prove otherwise. Oh god, 3? It's almost impossible for him to keep his cool. I'll need to bide my time when he gets agitated and wait for him to calm down. Let's start by asking him to go into detail about what he's doing here. He shouldn't prove to be too much of a challenge, so let's just get this over with. Why exactly did you come to the gallery today? What kind of question is that? What, you think I don't belong in a gallery or something? Hey, if you're gonna ignore me, then I'm gonna paint your portrait. And when I'm done, I'll scribble all over it. Oh god, I thought maybe he wouldn't be quite as aggressive in that answer. I'm joking, okay? I'd never scribble on one of my pieces. How could I? They're valuable artworks. According to you, perhaps. I imagine I might struggle to agree. Oh, laugh it up, funny guy. Luckily, some people actually believe in my work. Oh, jeez. She's called Lulu, okay? And she says my pictures are masterpieces. So if she likes something, I'll draw it for her. Anything at all. And where is this Lulu? How come you're here alone? What? A guy can't be a part of from his girlfriend for 1 second? I have my own life too, you know. Why not come here together? Oh, come on, Edgeworth. That's a simple question. Oh my god, I'm gonna run out of time. I really have to bite on everything? Fine. Lulu said she's a Gemini, okay? So I thought I could do a sketch of the statue to show her on our date. And I expect you're pretty proud of the sketch. Not so much this time, actually. But, you know, it's being her sign and all. I just thought maybe she might kinda like it. There we go. How very like you to try to tell me nothing and give so much away in the process. So to summarize, you came here today to draw a sketch of the Gemini statue for your girlfriend Lulu? What? How did you figure it all out?
From your incessant prattling. You just can't help yourself, can you?
Fine, then I won't say another word.
Larry may want to keep his mouth shut now, but I'll have my answers one way or another. Let's ask him what he did after he arrived here at the gallery.
I almost actually lost there.
We'll soon see what he's hiding. It's just a matter of time. Alright, tell me what you did once you arrived here.
What's the big idea? Why are you staring at me like that? I don't remember. I don't have a pamphlet, so I didn't know what was there, what was where. I just kind of hung around by the fountain.
You didn't receive a pamphlet when you paid your entrance fee at the reception desk?
Huh? You mean entry isn't... It's not free to get in here?
You mean to tell me that you entered without paying?
I'm sorry, okay? It wasn't deliberate. There wasn't anybody at the reception desk is all.
Really? Where was Judy then?
So I thought entry must be free.
You're saying Miss Bound wasn't at the reception desk at the time?
Yeah, but it looked like there was maybe somebody in the little room opposite.
Interesting. According to Detective Gumshoe, Miss Bound had to enter the security room to activate the sprinkler system. I expect she wasn't at the reception desk because she was busy responding to the incident.
And right after she finally got the place open for business, too. Poor Judy. The Winter Ring, the gallery's greatest attraction, and it's gonna be ruined now.
That's not right.
What gives, Edgy? If you don't have anything to ask, let me get back to my sketching.
Uh-oh. I bided too long. So for this one, I have to actually, like, be confronting each time instead of biting. That's interesting. You say you don't have a pamphlet, and yet you seem to know all about the Winter Wing. For example, that the Gemini statue you came here to draw just so happens to be in said room. Therefore, it was your intention to visit the Winter Wing all along, wasn't it?
How? How did you get me again? Fine, you're right. I came here for the Gemini statue. And yeah, I came here to visit the Winter Wing. I won't deny it.
But you went into the Autumn Wing. Larry's not one to confess so easily. Then again, he's always managed to surprise me in unusual ways. Let's see what more he can tell us about the Winter Wing. Because we were in the Winter Wing, and then next door was... everything.
I'm done with you, go home.
What did you see in the Winter Wing? What did you see in the Winter Wing, Larry?
You don't let up, do you? I told you, I didn't see anything. Galleries are nice and all, but I kinda changed my mind once I got here. Though I thought I'd go meet my girlfriend instead.
If I want to learn more here, I'll need to... Okay. Larry, be honest. Did you enter the Winter Wing?
What is that? Is that suspicion I see in your eyes? I tried to get in there, sure, but...
You mean you didn't go in? You tried to get in, but you couldn't?
Yeah, exactly. I wanted to get in there, but... that old guy came out and fell to the ground, and like I said, it was all pretty shocking.
So you were unable to enter the Winter Wing because the victim emerged and collapsed in front of you?
Yeah, he came out of the Winter Wing door, and then down he went.
But wasn't it the Autumn Wing that the victim came out of?
If that stupid poison gas thing had never happened, I'd be in there happily sketching away right now.
Larry seems to have the autumn wing and winter wings mixed up. Yeah. What did you see in there? Didn't you say you came here to make a sketch of one of the statues for your girlfriend? You gave up on that a little easily, didn't you? Surely you saw something, even if you were distracted by the victim's collapse.
Well, I didn't not see something. But that doesn't prove that I did see something totally terrifying either, does it?
Really, Larry, you could at least try to make this a little harder for me. I put it to you, Larry Butts, that you did, in fact, see something totally terrifying.
How do you do it, Edgy? Are you some kind of mind reader? Fine, I guess there's no point trying to keep it a secret any longer.
I'm not sure there's much point. I'm not sure there's much point in you trying to keep any secrets, given your track record. It wasn't exactly the most edifying use of my time, but that's checkmate. God, Edgeworth, you gotta stop using words I've never heard of.
I couldn't help staring at that Gemini statue. My eyes were drawn to it.
Objection!
You keep talking about a Gemini statue, but there's no way you saw what you think you saw. It's simply not possible.
What do you mean? You think I saw a ghost statue or something?
Larry's still laboring under the misconception that he was looking at the winter wing.
Take that!
Oh, come on. I gotta, okay, not the physical,
Take that!
I mean, at least it's not like what he did in the third game. That's way crazier than this, that he was trying to hide. Take a look at this pamphlet. The Autumn Wing features sculptures of depicting Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, and Aries. Not only that, but I've seen the statues depicting Gemini in the Winter Wing for myself. Which means that whatever you saw, it can't have been a statue of Gemini. Guess that makes sense. Why is he not more surprised by that? It did seem pretty weird now that I think about it. One of the two people did look like a goddess. So the other stuff, I guess that wasn't my imagination either. Other stuff? You're interested in it too, aren't you, Edgy? Great, let me show you! Show me what, exactly? I drew a picture of it all. Got the whole scene to... It's okay. I think it's just because you both did it like right at the same time, so it only counted once. It's okay. This is oh my god, Larry, you do this every time. But I'm still not that confident in my work, so well, I want to see. Really? All right, here. What the f- Oh no, it's a creepypasta. It's a bloody girl headed into the Invader Zim intro on these specific time, on this specific frame, on these specific episodes. You're trying to tell me that the statue was crying tears of blood? I have to say, Larice, it's pretty scary. Right? Because it was scary. It was supposed to be a statue of Gemini, but it ended up turning into a goddess right before my eyes. It freaked me out so bad, I screamed out loud. So he wasn't reacting to the victim collapsing in front of him after all? Wait, when you say it turned into a goddess, what do you mean exactly? What do you mean, what do I mean? The bottom half was suddenly a fish! That's what I mean! A goddess with a fishy bottom half? Sounds like Pisces to me. I heard it's all based on this legend of a goddess and her son, turning into a fish to escape some baddie.
Wow, really? I thought Pisces was just two plain old fish.
Edgy, do you think the statue's cursed? I mean, tears of blood. Da-da-da-da, turning into a fish. That's some pretty cursed stuff right there. Don't be a fool. Literally blood on the statue, yeah. I imagine you simply mistook one statue for the other.
Oh, look at you tucking it carefully into your organizer.
I simply thought I might have a use for it later. Maybe in the bathroom.
Hey, that's... Oh, don't say that. Come on. Come on, Edgeworth.
You're the worst, Edgy, the worst! Kinda freaky deaky though, huh? A statue with a bottom half that changes shape? I'm pretty keen to find out what went down in the Autumn Wing, aren't you? I suppose I am, yes. Could there be some kind of trick to the Pisces statue, perhaps? Yes, Edgeworth speaking. I'm just about done in here, sir. There's no danger from the gas anymore. You can come in now. Thanks. Good work, Detective. It seems it's finally safe to enter the Autumn Wing.
Oh, wait, so you think... I think maybe the door was locked because of, one, it was probably locked to keep whatever was happening to the statue a secret, to keep other people out, but also to keep Gusteau in the room for some reason? Like to try and poison him or something? That's why, Eddie, when he tried to open the door, it was locked.
The good detective sure has impeccable timing.
Come on, let's go take a look! I want to see this Pisces statue.
You're going in there, Kay? Then maybe I should come along too. Did you really think I was going to leave you out here on your own? I know better than that. Alright everyone, to the Autumn Wing.
Why is it identical to the...
Here we are at last. And it really does look a lot like the Winter Wing. Glad you could make it. Oh, hey there. You're, Harry, was it? Good to see you, Harry.
What you barking at? Come here. What you barking at? You hear the motorcycle outside? You hear the motorcycle outside? Good girl. That was a softer bark than normal. That was a good girl. Yeah. Yeah. Believe it or not, that was actually a quieter bark than she usually does.
No, for the last time, the name is Laurice Donim. Detective, your report if you don't mind. Yes, sir. Okay, so first off, I found a blowtorch. The nozzle was still warm when I found it, so I guess it was used pretty recently. Was somebody using it to heat something?
Oh no! I think I know what's inside that ice statue. Oh man.
Was the stepladder already like that when you entered? Yeah, I guess it was used by whoever let out the gas. The gas was inside the case until someone opened the lid. Is that so? The Pisces statue. Huh? You're sure up on your consolations, sir. You know what the one in the other case is too? This is the Autumn Wing, so I imagine it should be Capricorn. Guess there's no fooling you, sir. I thought it was supposed to be Taurus. That weird cloth that's draped around it kind of tripped me up. Oh my god, I'm right! No way. Isn't that a piece of luminous cloth from way back when? What's that doing in here? Now we have evidence from the IS-7 incident too? Taking a look around. Oh yeah, those are the luminous cloths as well. It seems there are pieces of luminous cloth on each of the other cases too.
Yeah, and that just makes me want to see what's hiding underneath real bad.
Sure, let me whip them all right off for you.
Are they also identical too? Wow, they're beautiful. Oh no, oh, it is a different wing. It just... Wait, so if this is actually a different wing and not a copy, then why was the temperature so low? So the transformation Larry witnessed, could it have been the moment when the cloth around the Pisces statue's lower half fell away? See, Edgy, see? I wasn't imagining things, and I wasn't mistaken.
Listen, Milester, I think we can all agree this room is fishier than a bucket of fish. My hunch is that somebody deliberately tried to make this room look just like the Winter Wing. Yes, I was thinking exactly the same thing. They even covered the statues up in such a way as to make them look similar. With the cloth over the bottom half, the Pisces and Gemini statue look almost the same. Ditto for Capricorn. Cover his bottom half up and he looks pretty much like Taurus. The other two can't be fixed as easily, so covering their cases up completely was the only answer. So somebody went to some lengths to discuss the Autumn Wing as the Winter Wing, I'd say we need to take a closer look at things in here, wouldn't you, Vendor? Uh-oh. Oh my god, of course they would pop up. Mr. Winner and Judge Gavel.
Ugh, what the heck are you guys doing here? You're the last thing I need. This is my scene, you hear? Mr. Edgeworth, it seems I have failed in my duty yet again. I pray one day to make you see that your presence is not required at every crime scene. And that co-opting the good detective for your own ends is neither right nor good. I will have to give serious consideration as to how the Goddess of Justice would have me judge you.
You got it all wrong! It was me who asked Mr. Edgeworth to help, not the other way around.
It was? Well then, you know what that means, Detective Flatfoot.
You mean...
Exactly, your salary check is taking a hit. Bet you're looking forward to payday now. Always wanted to say that.
Man, getting a wage cut from you of all people? Not so fast, Mr. Winner. I was simply assisting with the police's investigation as a witness and a bystander. Detective Gumshoe is entirely in the right.
Oh, he is, huh? So you're saying I should give him a bonus instead?
That's not what I'm saying at all. Hey, I wouldn't mind a little salary bump.
Your compassion and generosity are truly heartwarming, Eustace. But we must take into account past transgressions when making judgments that concern the future. Oh boy. And I hereby judge Mr. Edgeworth and his associates unfit to tread the hallowed ground of this scene. What? But we only just got here! The Goddess of Justice has conferred her blessings on Eustace, and Eustace alone.
By which you mean this is Mr. Winner's case?
That's exactly what she means. It's time for the warm-up act to get off the stage. After all, I solved this one already. I have a suspect lined up and everything.
What did you say? A suspect? Already? Who?
Who else but your artist friend over there.
Huh? Me? Me? What's going on, Edgy? Your guess is as good as mine.
I can't even begin to imagine how this boy's mind works. Unsurprising that you lack the attitude and understanding to the... Unsurprising that you lack the attitude to understand the winning mindset. Lack the attitude? Something tells me he doesn't know the real winning turn of phrase. Well put, Eustace. Mr. Edgeworth does indeed lack a certain aptitude. Yeah, exactly. Where's your aptitude, smart guy? Wow, he's totally shameless. Underestimate my information gathering skills at your own peril. Before we came here, we dropped by the medical room to ask the doctor there a few questions. And he told me where the poison gas came from. And? Where might that have been? It was, it's this chemical you find everywhere. Can't think of the name just now, though. Wait there a second. Let me just call him real quick. Perhaps I can answer your question while Eustace is on the telephone. Why let him make the call if you know the answer? The gas was created by mixing two specific chemicals. Ubiquium and asphyxian. What kind of chemicals are they? Ubiquium is a red liquid used in the manner of everyday products. Paint and dishwashing liquids, among various others. On its own, it's entirely benign. So it's something anyone could get their hands on? Precisely, but the same cannot be said about asphyxian. That does sound nasty. What's it used for? It is the main ingredient in a product called Infesticide Ultra. It is pure white in color and is unavailable to the average consumer. In fact, it is nigh impossible for members of the public to obtain it here in this country. So then... it wasn't Larry. Because pretty sure he hasn't been traveling. As such, we are currently investigating where it might have come from. Oh, you know what? It's even in his art. Yeah, the pink stuff on the floor, there it is. I'm back! And I know the name of the chemical now! Don't waste your breath. Judge Gavel informed us already. Huh? Great. That'll make this quicker, I guess. So the source of the gas, ubiquium, is used in paint and stuff, right? And there was somebody here at the gallery today who brought paints with them. Your friend, the artist! You can't accuse me just because of that! Objection! To the paints on that palette in your head. Gee, is this kid okay? He seems a little... Indeed. I haven't known him for long, but he's a little prone to jumping to the wrong conclusions. Hey, quit talking about me like I'm not even here! Ignore them, Eustace. They're simply intimidated by you. Nothing more. Why not give them yet another reason to fear you with one of your winning deductions? Winning? Yeah, good idea. Get a load of this, losers. Here we go. Winner's winning deduction. Our friend, the artist here, won the race to find the victim and was first on the scene, correct? And the gas the victim was poisoned with is made of ubiquium, which, as we know, is found in paint. He was carrying paint on his person, and he was one winning stride away from the victim, which surely makes him the winner on our list of suspects. Right, Gavel? You think so too, right? It is a possibility that certainly can't be discounted. Well, would the artist like to share his version of events? Did you leave red paint at the scene of the crime? Or something more sinister? The catalyst for a cloud of toxic gas, perhaps? Gas. Think I might have left my heart there, you know, and you might have picked it up. I would be careful what you say to me. Oh shit, that's hot. My gavel is already primed to deliver a guilty verdict.
Objection!
Ignore him, please, Your Honor. It's for the best.
Objection!
Quit stalling! You can't run away from the fact that my reasoning is flawless. So admit defeat and crawl on out of here with your tails between your legs, because I win. I have better things to do than pick holes in your faulty logic, but I don't suppose I have much choice.
Hold it!
I'll be the first to admit that he's something of a suspicious character.
Objection!
First to admit? Are you trying to beat me to it? But you can't, because I'm the winner! And I'm first rate, always! Huh? I'm a first-rate artist, you say? Larry, I don't need you to make this any more convoluted than it already is. Please, Mr. Winner, just continue.
Hold it!
We do indeed. It seems it's found in a number of everyday products. Right, which means your friend's paint pretty darn suspicious. But isn't it also found in a bunch of other stuff too? She has a winning point, I guess. Right, Gavel? I suppose she does. As I said, ubiquium is also found in dishwashing liquids, among other things. In other words, paint isn't the only possible explanation. No, but just listen to the rest of my amazing deduction, will you?
Hold it!
But out of this, Larry, yeah. It's by no means certain that paint was the source of the poison gas. Well, it's by no means certain that it wasn't, either. Was that supposed to sound clever? Copying Mr. Edgeworth's speaking style isn't a shortcut to looking cool, you know. You make it sound as if you think there's something wrong with how I speak. Anyway, to bring it all home, my winning deduction shows he had paint, and he was closest to the victim.
Hold it!
That's really all you're basing your suspicion on? A suspicion of Mr. Butts on? What, do you have a problem with that? Then show me some proof, loser. Put up or shut up. He's literally asking for it, Mr. Edgeworth. He is, so let's find the right piece of evidence and really give it to him. We know that Mr. Winner isn't much of a listener. And we also know that his reasoning is likely to be based on a flawed assumption. Yeah, he even phoned the other guy and he still got it wrong somehow. Okay. Won the race to find the victim, that's right. Technically, yeah, the first on the scene. Let me just double check. It was used just before the police arrived, possibly to heat something? Produced with bright red ubiquium and pure white asphyxin were mixed together. Exactly as he saw it. So it was already spilled before he got into the room.
Objection!
Ah, shoot. Okay, I think that's the right answer, but maybe that wasn't the right, statement. Calm yourself, Eustace. His so-called evidence proves nothing. Okay, so not the first statement. The gas the victim was poisoned with is made of ubiquium, right? He was carrying paint on his person. He was one winning stride away from the victim. I have a feeling it does have to do with the... depicting the Pisces statue exactly as he saw it. And it was already mixed together, the stuff. Let me save really quick.
Objection!
Oh my god, I did not mean to press the badge! My badge was the first on the scene.
Objection!
Dang, not that one either? Okay. So it's not the first or the second. I need to prove that the stuff was... Maybe... Oh, maybe it isn't that, then? As was one winning oh, no, maybe, maybe it's the blowtorch instead.
Objection!
No? Wow, okay.
Overruled!
Huh, what am I thinking wrong here? First on the scene. Oh, okay. No, he wasn't.
Objection!
What? Are you serious? Ugh. Sorry, I don't get it. He was carrying paint on his person, he was... Right. How is he? I already pressed all these, didn't I? But he also got mixed up the Autumn Wing and the Winter Wing. Huh. Just before the police arrived. So which... The gas victim was poisoned with... Alright, I don't know. Alright, what is... Dang it, I hate having to do this, but...
Objection!
It's so stupid. Your deductions are anything but winning, I'm afraid, unless you're looking to win a prize for incoherence. So you agree that I deserve a prize? What you deserve is to be set right. The gas came from within the case containing the sculpture of Pisces. It did, and it was created by the artist guy, with the red paint that we know is full of ubiquium. Allow me to offer you a bit of advice, one prosecutor to another. It always helps to listen carefully to others. The gas is created when ubiquium is mixed with another substance, asphyxiant. Paint containing ubiquium alone wouldn't create any kind of gas at all. It wouldn't? I thought they said that the guy was asphyxiated with ubiquium. So you're telling me all this was based on a mishearing of the forensics report? Gah! The gas had already done its work by the time Mr. Butts found the victim, not the body. Perhaps it's your own aptitude you should be worrying about. My aptitude? What does that even mean? You literally used the word 5 minutes ago. It means one's ability or how suited one is to a particular task, Eustace.
And attitude, the other word you misused only a few minutes ago as well, is another thing entirely.
I get what you're doing. You're making fun of me again.
What I'm doing is demonstrating that you do not have the aptitude required to head up this investigation.
Overruled.
Before you go any further, you might wish to consider some of the flaws in your own statements.
And what flaws might those be?
Firstly, that you cannot prove your artist friend did not enter the Autumn Wing.
That's...
And secondly, that you cannot prove that red paint did not have something to do with the crime.
But the paint isn't important on its own, surely. What's important is the combination of the red ubiquitum with white asphyxian. How exactly were the two substances introduced to one another? Surely we need to figure that out before anything else.
Indeed we do. And that is what Eustace will be investigating next.
Or what he would have
Already have been investigating had you not been here making needless trouble.
We're not here to make trouble, quite the opposite, in fact. We're here to help.
Are you saying you know how the gas was made? I don't believe you.
I can certainly point you toward a vital clue as to how it was done.
He's bluffing, Eustace. Ignore him. It's fine, Gavel. He's clearly lying.
Might as well let him talk himself even further into a corner.
Yeah, he may just be stupid. If you're sure.
Come on then, show me what you've got! What shows how the gas was created, huh?
The Pisces statue.
Take that!
You're saying this somehow shows us how the chemicals were mixed to make the poison gas? That's exactly what I'm saying, yes. Thank you for noticing. Well, they do say I have a good eye. The red tears Mr. Butts saw, that was the ubiquitum. Okay, not blood.
Wait a second. You're saying the statue cried the stuff out? What, so our culprit is some kind of evil spirit?
How much time am I going to have to waste talking him through this step by step? The red tears alone would not have been enough to create the gas. They may have mixed with something else inside the case.
What? But what evidence do you have that's what happened?
The evidence is right there in the sketch I just showed you. I need to point out the part that shows the two liquids mixed together.
Down here, the pink Pepto-Bismol. Hi, Siege.
Observe the pool of pink liquid beneath the Pisces statue's glass case. This clearly shows that the two chemicals mixed.
What? Oh, wait, I don't get it. How does that prove that some ubiquitum mixed with some asphyxian?
We have an artist with us. Why don't we ask him? Larry, you claim to be something of a painter. I imagine you have some experience mixing colors. What happens when you mix red with white?
Don't treat me like a dum-dum, Edgy. I did graduate from junior high, you know. Any idiot knows that red and white make pink. I mean, there's variations. You got your rose pinks and your baby pinks.
Hold it!
That will be more than enough, thank you. Do you see what I'm getting at, Mr. Winner?
Oh, I think I do. Ubiquitum is red, asphyxian is white. Mix the two together, and you get pink. That's what the pink liquid is.
Yes, very good. We got there in the end.
Yes, interesting. I think you finally convinced him.
Overruled.
Mr. Edgeworth, you have raised a possibility, nothing more. Yeah, I do feel bad for Eustace, because, like, he clearly... He clearly didn't go to school or something like that, and there must be something that's just, like, propping him up and giving him... I don't know, it's kind of weird, but I feel a little bad for him. We cannot know for sure that this shows the result of the two chemicals having mixed. And besides, the sketch you were attempting to enter as evidence was drawn by a suspect. How can we possibly hope to rely on its veracity?
Hey, I drew everything exactly as I saw it. A true artist never lies or embellishes the truth.
Forgive me, but I did not ask for your opinion. Yeah, like there must have been something like maybe his parents or someone else was able to bribe people or something. I don't know.
Ooh, she's a cold one, but I like it.
Me too, Larry, me too.
You may rest assured, Your Honor, that I mean to prove my theory to all of our satisfaction.
Overruled.
It may not be wise to jeopardize your position any further, Mr. Edgeworth. Especially as there is another question to which you have yet to provide a satisfactory answer. How can you prove that this man did not enter the Autumn Wing? Because it was locked! Until you were able to, there was a little more to discuss.
Wait, maybe the victim can help us out with that.
Mr. Gusteau? He's still unconscious and in critical condition.
He is? Oh.
Now, if you don't mind, Eustace needs to carry out his own investigation of this area. If you would be so kind as to leave him in peace.
Larry!
Larry, what are you doing? For the presiding judge's sake, I pray to the goddess that you need not ever be summoned to testify. Now then, is there something you wish to say, Mr. Artist?
If you could just hold that pose for a moment there, Miss Ice Queen.
I am Justice Verity Gavel, and I would be grateful if you would dispense with the childish epithets.
Oh, finally she tells me her name. Nice to meet you, Verity. Name's Laurice Donim, but you can call me Laurice.
If you could stop wasting the court's time, Mr. Donim.
Oh yeah, sorry, it's just, there's something I forgot to mention. The door was locked. I tried to open it, and then the old guy came tumbling out.
It does appear that the door can be unlocked from the inside. However, that does not necessarily mean that it was locked at the time as you claim. Without proof, your statement carries little weight, I'm afraid.
Objection!
Well, as it happens, I can back our pal here up on that. Yep, we tried to come in here too, but it's just like the guy said, it was locked up tight. Ain't that so, Malzarino? It is. I distinctly remember how it went.
Because we need a flashback for this. Jesus Christ. It's like ever since the third game, they've been doing flashbacks way too much.
Prior to the incident with the gas, it was not possible to enter this room from the outside.
And what is to say that your suspicious friend was not in here with the victim the entire time?
Objection!
The fact that he didn't suffer the ill effects of the gas. Search him for a gas mask if you like. I doubt you'll find one.
I see. Then I suppose we will have to take you at your collective word.
That was a little too easy.
I suppose so, but, like... I don't know. It's... something that happens within the same segment of a case, I feel like really doesn't need a flashback.
Well, Judge Gavel, do you accept that Mr. Butts is no longer a viable suspect? And that once again, Mr. Winner's deductions have fallen short of the mark?
What are you talking about? I just need some more information, that's all. You can't blame the guy for being a little hasty with his deductions. Yeah, no, you could be right. You could be right. It's just my personal thing is like because I am someone who plays multiple segments in a row. I personally really just do not need so many flashbacks because, like, the thing that happened that is flashing back to only happened like 20-30 minutes ago. Like, I'm not stupid to remember it, to forget it. You know it's not cool for a prosecutor to be saying stuff like that, right? Very well, then perhaps we should call our next suspect. Mr. Donim, you may step down from the stand. Huh? Go, you mean? But I was enjoying our time together, Verity. Let me stick around, please? Overruled. Show no mercy. Squish my heart into a goopy mush. I love it. Dude, I am Larry. I am Larry. Who exactly is this next suspect? The pharmacist, Delicia Scone. Your artist friend may have struggled to lay his hands on a bottle of Infesticide Ultra, but someone in her line of work would surely have a better idea of where such a thing might be acquired. The court hereby calls for a 10-minute recess. Eustace, we will go and fetch the suspect. Your winning smile will bring her running, I'm sure. My winning? Oh, of course, Geval. Let's go get her at once. Hey, Detective Flatfoot, you carry on investigating while I'm gone, okay? Sure. Is it possible? Could Judge Gavella have suspected Miss Scone from the start? Now that you mention it, she wasn't helping Mr. Winter like she usually does, huh? What exactly is your angle here, Judge Gavelle? Ooh, a new... Let's see... Hold on 1 second. Yeah, we could keep going a little bit more. I'll do one more segment. They sure are taking their time. I thought this was supposed to be a 10-minute recess. Huh, sorry to keep you losers waiting. But wait no longer. I win the race to find Delicia Scone, and here she is. Hello, dears. This lovely young man said you wanted to speak to me. Delicia Scone, purveyor of the most wondrous wares a pharmacist can offer, at your service. Why do you still have your mixing bowl? Delicia to my pals, and even Miss Delicious to some. You can call me the winner, and I'll call you whatever I want. All right, Winnie Pooh. Oh, that's cutting it very close, Capcom. Whatever you say. I would be very concerned for her if she's mixing up drugs and then just taste testing them like that. It's lovely to meet you, dearie. Yeah, that's exactly. So much for call me the winner. Oh, have we met before, young man? Get a load of this, Delicia. That's Miles Edgeworth, Gregory's son. Well, I never. It's a pleasure to meet you, Milesy Smiles. Ugh. If you would address me by my given name, just Miles will do. You guys managed to survive for longer than 5 seconds, but how? Hi, Lauren. Oh, hoo-hoo! Craggy Peglang's boy? And all grown up, too. Makes me feel my age, why don't you? Make me feel my age, why don't you? I wonder just how old she is. Is that gonna be the thing for her? I think it is. Like, we just don't know her age. Eustace, I believe we have some questions for our pharmacist. Oh yeah, what brings you to the gallery today, Miss Scone? Why, I came to see dear old Moody Judy, of course. We've been fast friends for 18 long years, and no one's going to stop me visiting her now. I've been doing okay. Feeling better than I was on Monday. I'm glad you're here, though. Thank you. I understand that you helped look after Mr. Gusteau in the immediate aftermath of the attack. Oh, I didn't do much, really. Just whipped up a quick antidote for the dear old doctor. Wow, you can make an antidote just like that? Oh yes, dear. As long as I have the right ingredients, I can throw together just about any medicine you like. It certainly helped that the medical room was right well equipped, too. We were much better off treating him here than losing vital minutes taking him to a hospital. Gosh, there's a lot. This translation must have happened very fast. Because there's been so many typos and like missing words and stuff so far in this game. Like more than usual. Usually there's a couple typos here and there, but this so far there's just been so many mistakes. Hopefully they'll do like a patch or something to fix the problems. Anyway, we did what we could. The rest, well, that's up to him. And do you know the victim, Miss Delicious? Oh yes, well, sort of. It's been 18 years since I last saw him. Apparently, he's famous these days. One of the best confectioners in the world, or so they say. Yeah, like it must have this project must have started like maybe last year. I can't really see this because like they already had all this like HD character art and like backgrounds and things done like years ago. So yeah, this must have been like a very fast localization just to try and get it out there because of this series has really like kicked off like hugely once the Great Ace Attorney collection came out, because that one I think was the first in the series to actually sell 1 million copies like within such a short amount of time. Let me confirm that though. I remember seeing a post of them celebrating. Oh, okay. So it sold... let's see. So from July 2021 to April 2022, it sold over 500,000. Which is a very short amount of time to sell that many copies for Ace Attorney of all things. But I'm fairly certain it's reached maybe close to 1 million by now. No, I'm not calling the translation bad. I'm just saying that they must have done it in a much shorter time than they have for other collections and previous games. That's all I'm really trying to say. Interesting. So he's a well-known public figure? Oh yes, dear. He was on the news and everything. Confectionery crafting king of the world, they say. Yeah, I mean, cause like to go from only receiving like multiple ports of the Phoenix Wright trilogy from like 2014 to 2019, which people were so sick of. Like, even though it went multi-platform, that was a good choice to go multi-platform finally, but yeah, to go from like basically nothing since like 2015 or so to localizing the Great Ace Attorney games, which we thought would never happen because Capcom wanted to Capcom 1, the reason why Great Ace Attorney didn't release right away like it did in Japan, was because Capcom really wanted to not have to change any of like the character names and stuff because of the copyright problems. So they tried to wait it out for a while and see if things changed in the West when it comes to that whole shit show. But they ultimately decided no, it's not worth it to wait any longer and just adjust names where we have to and then port them. But anyway, like to go from nothing to finally getting those 2 games, and then getting the Apollo trilogy in January of this year, and then this as well? After 13 years of it being Japan only? Like, holy shit. Like they finally got it through their heads that people do like Ace Attorney just because it's not a Resident Evil or Monster Hunter number seller. Doesn't mean that it's not popular. They gotta set their expectations differently for different series. Wow, so the old dog really went to Zhengfa and upped his game, just like he said he would. Thank you for those redeems, by the way. Perhaps we could proceed to the matter at hand, Miss Scone. Are you familiar with the substance known as Infesticide Ultra? Of course, dear. Lauren, have you seen my full model before? I know you stopped by one time before, but I don't know if you saw the full thing. Of course, dear. You use it to get rid of you-know-what? Oh, it's awfully strong, though. That's why they don't sell it in the shops. Might I ask what you mean by you-know-what? Okay, just really fast. Let me go ahead and change over. Here we go. Look at how huge my hips are. Yeah. So jiggly and soft. Alright. The little blighters that frighten the life out of poor innocent ladies like yours truly, that's what. Ghastly little creatures running around people's nice, clean kitchens and terrorizing them. Oh, I get it. Those. Thank you, Miss Scone. One more question, if you don't mind. Thank you, Lauren. Are you aware of what happens when the chemicals asphyxian and ubiquium are combined? Oh, yes? It's right there in the Infesticide Ultra instructions. Do not mix with products containing ubiquium, ever. Because if you do, they react with each other and make a horrible poisonous gas. What was it again? Effects of inhalation include respiratory complications and, well, death. So somebody tried to kill Gusteau? And poor old Gusty very nearly didn't make it. To make that much gas, you'd need, probably 500 milliliters of each chemical, I'd say. She certainly talks like a skilled pharmacist. Oh boy, okay, hold on. Alright. Alright, this is what you get for like a minute. It's also bright red and smells minty fresh. Oh, and cheap as chips. That's why they use it in everything. Its fiction's more watery, and it's white in color. That will do, thank you. You were clearly well informed, Mr. Scone. As well I should be, dearie. I know, right? My thighs can talk. My thighs are magic. After all, Infesticide Ultra is made by the company I work for. Oh, but before you get the wrong idea, they don't go around handing out free samples. As I say, it's awfully terribly dangerous. You couldn't buy it even if you wanted to. Yes, Miss Scone, very interesting indeed. I think that tells us all we need to know. Strange, I thought she suspected Miss Scone. I know the skirt's covering the thighs, but I can't... This is a short skirt, mind you. This is a very short skirt. I can't show any more, though, otherwise I'd probably get banned unfairly. But something in that smile makes me wonder if she has some other angle in mind. What is it, Detective Flatfoot? Any developments to report? Yes, sir. Turns out the sculpture's glass display case is open from the top. Huh, that's rather unusual. And the temperature inside can be adjusted too, all the way down to 0 degrees. The Pisces case was kept at 26 degrees. Dang near got my hand stuck to it. We're lucky you escaped alive. Anything more relevant to the case? Yeah, they found something on the underside of the top part of the Pisces case. Traces of ubiquium. Oh, now we're talking. That's odd. If there was ubiquium stuck to it, it should have stayed stuck. After all, at 26 degrees, it would have been frozen solid. It would, huh? So, how did things wind up as they are now? I think Kay might be able to help us figure out just that. Or at least, Mr. Thief might. It's okay, Emma. No. Shh. Shh. No. No. No bark. You guys are that... You guys are that desperate to get on my good side, huh? Fine. I don't know what the heck you're talking about, but take it away. Can't believe I'm taking orders from this guy. But whatever, anything for the truth.
Overruled.
But before you get too carried away, the goddess of justice has no need for your help. We will find the truth ourselves.
Youch, why so frosty, Judge G? Your baby prosecutor just gave us the big thumbs up. What's the issue here? Oh, wait, don't tell me the committee has some dirty little secret it doesn't want us finding out.
I am not required to explain myself to you. But if you feel that you absolutely must participate in the investigation, perhaps you can prove to me that it will be worth our while to keep you around.
What exactly does she have in mind here?
Who triggered the release of the poison gas? If you can answer this question, I will consent to your participation in the investigation.
You heard the lady smiles. Somebody opened the Pisces case and let out that gas. Considering what we've learned so far, there's only one person it could be, no? Yes, the answer is indisputable.
It's the victim of the gas. In that case, please kindly provide it now.
Take that.
He's only 54 and he has his hair is all that white? Wow. No, she's even all but kind of wanted to hit me with that. Yeah. Yeah, no, I've basically been taking screenshots of like every pose that she makes because I'm in love with her.
The victim, Carmelo Gusto, is the only person to have entered the Autumn Wing. Thus, only he could have opened the case.
Correct. That appears to be the only logical answer. Very well, I will permit your participation in this investigation to continue. However, if at any point I feel you are contributing nothing of value, you will be removed immediately. Understood. Even if Mr. Gusto did open the case. Is it Gusto or Gusto? It might be Gusto, actually. We still have no idea why. Alright. Alright, Mr. Edgeworth, tell me what you want to see. Yeah, no, pretty much every lady in this whole series is attractive. Obviously the ones that are legal. Let's use the data we've collected to recreate the scene before the poison gas went off. On it. I don't know, I'm not assuming that she's evil, she's just being a bitch. Don't scare me like that! So this is what you were talking about. You're Mr. Thief. There might be more I haven't seen other games. Let's begin by examining the Pisces sculpture. There's a generous amount of ubiquium frozen to the underside of the top part of the case. Yeah, that's a lot, actually. Yeah, which is what's keeping the lid on real tight. The actual glass lid is all cracked, though, right? Yeah, it probably is Gusto. So I'll say Gusto from now on. Somebody really went to town on your little house there, huh, Pisces? And do we have any idea of how the glass lid might have come to be so cracked? Well, it doesn't look like the outer-facing side of the glass suffered any damage. I see. So we have a cracked piece of glass that we know was ice cold on its inner-facing side. And we also know that it wasn't damaged in any direct way on its outer-facing surface. Thoughts? Ice cold makes me think of the way you glare at people, sir. Cracks? Makes me think of those deeply etched lines on your forehead. It was cracked by heat expansion. Applying heat to ice-cold glass from the outside will cause it to crack. No, I was about to say horse. I know I cut myself off, but I was about to say horse for some reason instead of house, because I always mix up my words. Huh, well, I appreciate the science lesson, but why is it all heat cracked in the first place? Because of the torch. Why indeed, a heat-cracked glass lid lined on its underside with frozen ubiquium. You look like the cat that got the cream, Malzarino. You know what happened, don't you? I certainly do. And what's more, I know how Mr. Gusto opened the case. What? But you didn't give me a chance to figure it out first! It would have been quite the wait. Well, don't keep it to yourself, Edgeworth. I want answers! The torch.
Take that!
The blowtorch showed signs of having been used recently when it was found here in the autumn wing. I think it's likely that it was used on the glass lid, causing it to crack. A blowtorch? Who uses a blowtorch to open a glass case? Oh, I get it! Mr. Gusto was trying to melt the frozen ubiquium so he could open the lid. Indeed. You beat me to the answer by a second, but we'll see who wins in the end. Don't try and tell us you nearly had it. You didn't have a clue. Nuh-uh. It was Edgeworth making things hard to understand. Oh, this poor kid. Okay, would you mind updating the recreation so that Mr. Winner can follow along too? Sure, just for him. Alright, here goes. But why? Yeah, why only ubiquium in that case? Why not in the other ones too?
Mr. Gusto was alone in the Autumn Wing, and while he was in here, he used this blowtorch to melt the frozen ubiquium on the underside of the lid. Or was he the one that put it there and he knew about it? And? That's what caused the yeah. What kind of blackmail material does someone have? Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. I don't really know. The only thing that I'm guessing is whoever named him must hate him. And also might have been like bribing schools or something to let him pass without actually learning anything. I don't know. That's what I'm thinking so far. As the ubiquium melted, it mixed with the asphyxin that was already present inside the glass case. But why was it there already? Thereby producing a poisonous gas. When Mr. Gusto had finally managed to open the lid, he would have released the gas and poisoned himself. He made it as far as the fountain room where he collapsed. So he opened the case and came out, and out came the gas, huh? Yes. It seems we got there in the end. But why the heck a doodle-doo did he want to open the case in the first place? I'm not sure. In fact, I have my suspicions of why he wanted to. I'm not sure. In fact, we don't even know what his ultimate goal was. I'm thinking he might have come here for the same reason I did. To check out not the Autumn Wing, but the Winter Wing. Ah, yeah. You remember, right? I thought this was where the Winter Wing was when we first got here. Caught you out too, did it, my little Eddie Lumpkin? I was ever so confused. What with being where Chillywink's room was all those years ago. There's even the same little tree in front of the blessed door. Who wouldn't be all at 6s and 7s, huh? Did everyone involved with the IS-7 incident make the same mistake? I think we need to go and take another look at the Winter Wing. Yeah, I would love to take her home with me. Eureka! Ladies and gentlemen, I have the answer. The answer to what, exactly? The man was going to end it all! A dramatic, exit stage left sort of artsy-fartsy farewell. Have you been listening at all this whole time? At my level, I barely need to listen to a word, and I still understand exactly half of what's going on. That's nothing to brag about. Perhaps I can explain a few of the finer details to you later, Eustace. Winner's prerogative. Winners? Sure, thanks, Gavel. Thank you indeed. I find it's always best to leave things like child wrangling to a professional. In the meantime, don't you have something to tell Mr. Edgeworth and his friends? Oh yeah, I totally forgot. What is it now? I took the liberty of investigating our friendly pink pharmacist here. Or rather, I had one of my underlings do it for me. That's nothing to brag about, you know. Shut up! Can't you see I'm talking? Anyway, let's put a pin in my suicide theory for now, yeah? I have something more important to tell you. It was Miss Delicious who set up the poison gas trap. How could you say that? No, I don't think she's related, or I don't know what's going on. I was greatly saddened to learn of this, Mrs. Scone. Miss Scone. Your profession is one dedicated to saving lives, and yet you used your expertise to try and take one. I beg your pudding! How dare you! I did no such thing! Perhaps you could explain, Mr. Winner?
You bet I can. Get a load of this. This is Miss Delicious's pharmacist's license. And it says right here that she's authorized to handle Infesticide Ultra. A product that we have established contains asphyxin, one of the ingredients of our poison gas. Exactly. It's almost impossible for ordinary people to get a hold of that stuff. But Miss Delicious is no ordinary person. She's a card-carrying pharmacist. I didn't do it. This is all just a terrible misunderstanding.
Objection!
And that's not all. There was a bottle of Infesticide Ultra in the victim's pocket. And what do you know? It's covered in your fingerprints. How? We know that you and Miss Bound took the victim to the medical room. What better moment to slip the bottle in his pocket, No! There was only one person on the premises licensed to carry Infesticide Ultra, and that was you, Miss Scone. Furthermore, you are acquainted with Miss Bound, the owner of the gallery. So why don't we question Judy? Meaning you would have had access to the building and ample opportunity to prepare your trap. No, dear, listen, you don't understand. That Infesticide Ultra was stolen from me. Lying will only lengthen your sentence, Miss Scone. I'm not lying. Oh, it's in my bag somewhere, I'm sure of it. What is she looking for? That's not it. Ah, that's not it. That cloth looks familiar. Ah, here we go. I knew it was in here somewhere, look. And what is this? There's something written on it, I think. April 1st, complaint filed. Offense, theft. Item stolen, Infesticide Ultra, 1 bottle. It's a crime report relating to a theft. A what? See, you silly billies, I told you someone pinched it off of me. A week ago, no less. Why would you mean to say that it was in your possession at any point? It was not in your possession at any point today? That's exactly what I mean to say. I think the bottle you found might be the one I lost. I always have some in my medicine bag, just in case, you know. And I'm supposed to keep my bag locked up tight, but, well, I'd forget my head if it wasn't screwed on. Oh, that's not a good thing. And now, thanks to silly old me, someone's gone and mixed up a cloud of poison gas with that stuff. I see, but why on earth would you carry such a hazardous substance around with you? Like I said, just in case. You never know when one of them might appear. You mean the ghastly little creatures that run around in people's nice, clean kitchens type of them? You could just roll up a newspaper and whack! One and done. I know, me too, Lauren, me too. Psst, Gavel, what do I do now? Ah, of course. I think perhaps it might be wise to confirm the authenticity of the crime report just to be safe. It can't hurt to verify Miss Scone's story after all. She may be lying to us. Good idea! Alright, I'm gonna go give the precinct a call. Don't go anywhere. So Miss Scone might not be guilty after all. Indeed. If she really... Oh my god, the typos, jeez. If she really were the one who set up the poison gas trap, then I highly doubt she would have used a method that directly implicates her. So who do you think did it, Smiles? Someone with knowledge of the victim's likely behavior, and the time of the means to prepare. 2 factors which point to one very specific person. Oh yeah, and who might that be? Don't leave us hanging, big guy. It's gotta be Judy. I don't want to do this to you, pretty lady, but I have to. She's so fucking gorgeous.
Take that!
Surely only Miss Bound, the proprietor of these premises, could possibly have prepared in such a way. We'll need some solid evidence to support such a theory nonetheless. So it was her, huh? Strange. It's like he already knew. Whew, nice shooting, Milesarino. Try another one. I might have to make that associate position a permanent deal. That is not what I was hoping for.
Ahem. I'm back with results. The police have confirmed that the theft really was reported and logged. Which means we may have been a little hasty with some of our conclusions, team.
You mean that every single one of your conclusions proved to be hogwash?
No, I mean, we're only just getting started.
Oh, then what's our next move?
Well, first we need to go and talk to Miss Bound.
And then?
And then I'll think about what to do after that. Eustace, Mr. Gusto's real destination appears to have been the Winter Wing. Perhaps it would be worth having someone investigate that room more thoroughly. Oh yeah, we should totally do that. Flatfoot, go investigate the Winter Wing.
Yes, sir.
Gavel, we're going to talk to Miss Bound. Very good, Eustace.
We'll join you if you don't mind.
If they'll allow it. Oh, they actually will. Okay. All right, you have your orders. Go talk to Bound for me. Hey, Mr. Winner, were we going to talk with Miss Bound ourselves? Sure, but I thought, why not let the grunts handle the grunt work, you know? Means I can just sit back and wait for their report. A winning strategy.
You spoiled little...
Ah, he's so exhausting. I need a break. Huh? There's something in the fountain. What? What the fuck? What? Huh. Okay, sorry, that shocked me.
Bad news, sir. Real bad news.
Order! I will have order, detective.
The ice sculptures in the Winter Wing.
Oh my god, it's this exact same thing. Jeez.
What?
Huh?
Say?
It's exactly the same thing that happened with Gregory.
What is the meaning of this?
Now we have 2 victims?
The curse of the TV lawyer? Yeah, I can't leave a room without... Talk about deja vu. It's just like 18 years ago. Even the ice is melted again.
Again?
This is like some weird rerun. Same people, same everything. I said it before and I'll say it again. This is no coinkydink. You're with me, right, Milesarino? I am. And I think the answer lies in the IS-7 incident itself. In fact, I'm convinced of it. Great minds think alike. Alrighty then. Time for another trip down memory lane.
Damn, oh, I kind of want to keep going. Ah, man. How, I wonder how much longer another segment would be. Let me check my battery real quick. Oh, I gotta plug in my phone battery, hold on. There we go. Let me recalibrate. Yep. Calibrate. There we go. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I'll do one more segment. I can still keep going. I still can't believe the IS-7 incident was Gregory's last case. Or that it's been 18 long years since. A murder at a confectionery contest? And of one of the participants, no less, Artie Frost. They pulled his body out of a treasure chest that was a part of Samson. So it's his Jeez. Oh my god, that's why Gusto came to get the body. He'd been hit in the head with a large rock salt lamp, and subsequently bled to death. We found the lamp hidden inside the candy castle Delicia Scone had made for the contest. But then, before anyone had the chance to investigate Mr. Frost's own room, all of his icy creations had melted clean away. Oh wow, going back again. Jeez. Okay. All of Mr. Frost's work destroyed. Mr. Von Karma wasn't very happy. He told us to get out and in no uncertain terms. So what do we do now, Mr. E? I can't believe you just up and kicked us out. Von Karma's a total jerk. Now, Eddie. It was always the job of the police and the prosecutor's office to investigate the scene. Yeah, but he didn't have to talk to us like that. Who cares if we're cops or attorneys? We should all be working together to find the truth. You can't assume that everybody's aims are the same as your own. You may wish to expose the truth, but others might prefer to accept things at face value. Which way of thinking is right will depend on the person. But what if somebody innocent ends up behind bars because no one managed to uncover the truth? It can happen. We're all human, police and prosecutors included. Which is why defense attorneys exist. Our job is to help people in such situations. To be friends to the friendless. Friends to the friendless. Now, we may not be able to investigate the Winter Wing as hoped, but that doesn't mean we give up. You're right, Mr. E. I'm sorry, I should have thought more before I opened my big mouth. You're young, Eddie. You'll learn soon enough. I will, I promise. There's the pretty lady again. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender, you look like you could use a little pick-me-up. I'm afraid this is all I have, but please, by all means. Whoa, you're the best, Miss Bound. Chocolates, Tangero's favorite. Oh, made by Judy, okay. Thank you. A little sugar boost might actually help. Although these are a little too sweet for my liking. And a little uniquely shaped. I'm sorry if they're not to your taste. That's funny, Lauren. No way, they're great! They're so sweet. You're very kind. She looks way older here than she actually is. In this point in time, she's only 16 here. Wow. Von Karma looks way older than 49. Imagine me, of all people, a mediocre confectioner. This is, well, yeah, this is 18 years earlier. So we did, yeah. You can say it about the older version, sure, yeah. What, you mean you made these yourself? Yes, Samson loves chocolate, so I had to learn. Keeping him supplied with his favorite treats is just one of my many duties. Although he does spend most of the time coaching me on how to improve my technique.
Mr. Tangaroa sure is a lucky guy. Getting to eat homemade sweets by the one and only Judy Bound whenever he wants sounds amazing.
I'm sorry, did you say something? Nope, nothing at all.
Dear sweet Eddie, you really do still have a lot to learn. It seems you're quite committed to the work you do for Mr. Tangaroa, Miss Bound.
Of course. What right would I have to stay here otherwise?
What do you mean by that?
I was abandoned as a baby, and Mr. Tangaroa took me in. That's right. One snowy Christmas Eve, many years ago, he found me on the steps of this very mansion. He saved my life and became the father I never had. I can never repay him. So my work for him is the least I can do, and I'll be here for him for as long as he needs me.
That's the most beautiful thing I've ever heard. I must be getting old. I'm welling up a little myself.
And to think today is Christmas Eve. And I can't even give him his present in person. I'd do anything to save him. Anything. Please, if there's something I can do to help, just say it.
We're very grateful, Miss Bound. Perhaps you could help us by answering a question. Did you know the victim?
Not very well, I'm afraid. Oh, but if you wanted to see some of his work, I have a picture of the sculptures he made for the final.
Okay. My, they're stunning.
Aren't they? I think they're masterpieces. Who would have thought you could make such intricate statues out of flavored ice? Samson adored them too.
Oh hey, that's Taurus and Gemini, right? I didn't know you were keen on constellations and the zodiac, Eddie. Oh, I love it! The stories those stars can tell. Take Gemini, for example. See the lyre? That's what the harp is called. And the arrow and the... Hold up. The lyre doesn't have any strings. Huh. Did Mr. Frost forget to add them, maybe?
That doesn't sound like something he'd forget to do.
Wait, really? But I thought you just said you don't know him very well.
Oh, well, he didn't seem like the type.
Seems she's got something to hide, too. Are we gonna have to question her? You took this photograph yourself, Miss Bound?
Yes, I used this instant camera here. It develops the pictures as soon as you take them. It's so useful.
Oh, I'd love to see it in action.
Then why don't I take your picture? Oh, she's the one who took it? Oh my gosh.
Yes, come on, Mr. E! Let's get a shot of the both of us. Well, alright then. It would be a shame to waste a good hair day.
Ready? Say cheese!
Oh, and even... Oh my gosh, yeah. Even Eddie said that later on, too.
There, all done. And the picture's yours to keep, Mr. Fender.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much! That's a cool camera.
Well, it's the only one we've got, so we use it for all our picture-taking needs. It's very convenient, but the lack of negatives is something of a shame.
So there aren't any negatives for us to reference, huh? I assume Mr. Tangaroa used this same camera during the contest?
Yes, you assume correctly. He used it for some work-in-progress pictures of his seascape. And later, to take some photos of the other contestants' works.
But you didn't take a picture of the body when you discovered it? And didn't you discover the body while the judging was still underway?
Yes. Samson wanted pictures of all the entrance-completed rooms. But the film ran out just as we finished photographing Mr. Gusto's work.
How convenient.
So he asked me to go put in a new cartridge. You seem to think there should have been more shots left than what there were. Oh man, yeah, speaking of photography, I've always wanted to pick it up as a hobby. Like I'm always using my phone to take decent pictures of things, like when I travel or something. I would love if one day I could actually like afford to buy a more professional camera. In other words, the film ran out sooner than expected. Yes, the number of shots he took didn't line up with the number of shots remaining. But he thought maybe he just lost track somewhere along the way. Wait, had he really though? I went to our living area to change the film and was passing through the fountain room on my way back, when I heard the sound of something break and collapse in Samson's room. Samson, are you in here? Jeez. Mr. Frost's body was just lying there. I was in total shock. It was all too much. But I remember, I called the police, and then I went to tell everybody else. And the camera, it's been with me ever since. Oof.
I see.
The one you had to buy, jeez. And of course they don't pitch in their own costs into helping, right? So it has to come out of your pocket.
I'd be grateful if you could lend us the camera and this picture, Miss Bound.
Of course, here you go.
Thank you.
You gotta pay for class and you gotta pay for literally everything else for said class too. Jeez.
School cost-wise has always been a scam.
Detective Bad, Miss Scone! Are they done investigating? They're done with me, that's for certain. The big meanie told me to clear off. Honestly, that mannequin's will be the end of me, that cheek of him.
Guess he got tired of people cluttering up his crime scene.
Did he run you off too, Detective Bad?
Yeah, Von Karma seems to think I'm a nuisance. Can't do things his way with me around.
Why would Mr. Von Karma go so far as to exclude his own lead detective? To fabricate stuff, obviously.
Still, got a pretty good look at the scene. As for Gusto, he's enjoying a nice little chat right now in Frost's room.
What about?
About the fact that Miss Bound said she saw him going in there during the contest. Mr. Gusto went into Mr. Frost's room?
That's right, and I have to say, he looked very much like he didn't want to be seen. I don't know what he could have been up to.
Well, he's candidate number 1 at the moment as the guy who melted Frost's work.
But is that really why Mr. Gusto went into Mr. Frost's room?
Got a photo of the room right here. If you need it, it's all yours.
Wait, what? Why would you just give it to us?
Do I gotta spell it out for you, kid? I'm offering to help you guys. I want the truth about this case to come out.
Detective? Really, Detective Bad? Mr. Von Karma won't be happy about this.
Yeah, well, I'm not Von Karma's stooge. If he's gonna stonewall my investigation, then I'm not gonna play by the book either. Can't let some pesky rules keep me from finding the truth. Now can I, Mr. Edgeworth?
Indeed. Thank you, Detective Bad. Wow, I can't believe you won him over, Mr. E. Well, I haven't the foggiest what you're all going on about, but here's to new friends, huh?
It's definitely nice to have a good detective on your side, that's for sure. Alright, let's take a look at the photograph. Here. So something got unplugged. Oh, the light fixture thing got unplugged and taken away. And there's a trolley? Or like a cart? Huh. This is what Frost's room looks like right now. Yikes, there's nothing left of his flavored ice sculptures but puddles. The floor appears to be completely covered in a pale blue liquid. I should compare this with the photo I just borrowed from Miss Bound. I'm sure that the unplugged power cord has something to do with all this. Yeah, once that was out of the socket, the display cases lost power and now the temperature went. It looks like they were all connected to the same power strip. Do you have any idea of when it was unplugged? Nope, still working on that. Those sculptures were beautiful. What a waste.
You can say that again. I should have taken a few more bites out of them while I had the chance.
So they tasted good?
Did they ever? I've never seen tried ices so scrumptious in all my life.
Really? Man, I wish I could have had a bite.
Well, scrumptious except for the salty bit, of course. That was unbearable.
Oh, my theory's right. Ew. The salty bit? Oh, wait, no, okay. Oh, okay, sorry, I jumped to conclusions, never mind. I jumped the gun. I thought my theory was right. Wait, that's why it had no strings? Because you ate them?
I didn't eat that much, you cheeky little devil. I told you, it was all horrible and salty.
But why salty, though, when it's supposed to be flavored ice? It's interesting that only one particular part of this one particular sculpture tasted different from the rest. And can somebody other than Miss Scone really be responsible for eating the rest of the strings? Did you notice anything else, Miss Scone?
Come to think of it, I did. There was a funny little mark on Chillywink's work. It was 2 little letters. Let me see if I can draw it for you. There we go. Yes, it looked just like that.
It's almost like a signature or something. Wait.
It's the seal, the rain seal. I just knew Mr. Frost wouldn't have made that harp without strings. He's not the type to skip an important detail like that.
I hope you don't mind me asking, Miss Bound, but are you certain you didn't know Mr. Frost particularly well?
What? No, I barely knew him, I swear.
Is that so? You certainly seem to have some strong opinions about his attitude towards his work.
No, I just... The sculptures were so carefully made. I didn't think he'd miss something so important.
I'm sorry, but I don't believe you. You have a more personal connection to his work than that.
What makes you say that?
I have an item of evidence that appears to have been one of Mr. Frost's possessions, and it shares a key feature with another piece of evidence.
Well, I won't know what you're talking about if you don't share. So what are these 2 pieces of evidence of yours?
Okay, so it is this.
Take that!
And now the second.
Would it be this then? Because it said the...
Take that!
Ah, dang. Okay, so not the statues. Maybe her statement then?
Take
So
that!
the seal and then...
Take that!
No? What's going on? How are those 2 not connected? Which two items point to Mr. Frost?
Take
Oh.
that. Take that.
Are you serious? How is that not... What am I getting wrong here? Because didn't she just say that... It looked just like that. It's a signature or something. I just knew Mr. Frost wouldn't have made that harp without strings. How? Okay, so how... First of all, how did these things not connect? I mean, I suppose because it's obvious that it's his, but... Contestants may not enter another contestant's room until judging has been completed. I don't know what it's asking me for. Gosh, yeah, I have no idea. Damn it. Oh my god. I forgot.
Take that. Take that.
Miss Scone found 2 letters carved into Mr. Frost's ice sculptures. I think they were a signature of sorts. After all, it's not unusual for an artist to initial their works. I guess not. That's right, dear. It's just like you said. Chillywink statues had the letters PH carved into them, plain as day.
PH? Shouldn't it be AF?
You'd think so, but take a look at this. If you... it's the seal we found at the crime scene. Seems reasonable to assume that it fell from Mr. Frost's pocket. And when pressed into the surface of an item, it would leave behind the letters PH. The same pottery mark we see imprinted on the bottom of the items in the tea set. The same pottery mark? We have already established that the tea set is the work of the sculptor Paul Halleck. From that, we can assume that these same letters would mark any item out as a piece of his work. A fact of which you are well aware, correct, Miss Bound? Well, yes. I know that he always marks his work with his initials like that. He's never revealed his true identity in the public, so it's the only way to know his works are truly his.
You mean Paul Halleck was...
That's right, Detective. Artie Frost had another identity. He was no ordinary confectioner, at least, as far as Miss Bound was concerned. For you see, Mr. Frost was, in fact, a famed sculptor. Mr. Frost was, in fact, none other than famed sculptor Paul Halleck. What? Mr. Frost and Paul Halleck were the same person? But it's not like the mark's hard to copy, though. Anyone who's seen it could fake being him with it. Not exactly conclusive proof that Frost was who you say he was. It was proof enough for Miss Bound. What matters is that she believed it. His true identity will have to be investigated by the good people of the precinct.
Alright, I'll have the boys look into it.
I should have known I couldn't hide it from you, Mr. Edgeworth.
So you admit it? You were aware of who Mr. Frost really was?
I was. When I discovered his body, I saw the seal you found. Don't ask me how, but I just knew straight away that he was my dear Paul Halleck. Imagine, his entries in a confectionery contest were his final legacy. A great man like that.
And be honest, did you enter Mr. Frost's room at any point?
What? Why are you asking me that?
The photograph of Mr. Frost's room. I'd like to know when it was taken.
I must have gotten it mixed up with the one Samson took during the judging.
Objection!
I'm afraid I find that rather hard to believe. You said yourself that the camera ran out of film during the judging, and that you've had charge of the camera since before Mr. Tangaroa had the chance to visit Mr. Frost's room. That's how you were able to take the picture when you discovered Mr. Frost's body.
I suppose so.
This suggests that you took only 2 pictures with the new film, one of Mr. Frost's body and one of his room. But I have a piece of evidence that says otherwise.
You do? Contradicts the assumption that Miss Bound only took 2 pictures? So she took one of the body. Takes photos that develop instantly. A new film cartridge has 20 exposures, but there are only 3 remaining. I wonder if it's as simple as the camera, or if it's... Which piece of evidence contradicts the assumption only took 2 pictures?
Take that!
The camera?
You gave the picture of the body to the police, and the picture of Mr. Frost's room to me.
Oh, and you gave us that picture you took of me and Mr. Edgeworth, too.
3 photographs in total, and yet the film cartridge in this camera only has 3 exposures remaining. Out of a total of 20. You took more pictures, and I want to know what of. I'll need to see all the photos you took. Perhaps then we'll finally learn what you were really up to.
I'm so sorry. I confess, I've been lying to you.
These are all shots of Frost's room.
I'm so sorry!
Looks like she took pictures of his work from every possible angle. And when they were taken, the ice still hadn't melted yet. Wait, don't tell me it was you!
It was. At least, I'm pretty sure it was.
You are? Why?
Well, you see, I'm a huge fan of Mr. Harleck's work, as you know. I was petrified that they might be ruined, what with the investigation that was going on and everything. So I thought I should at least capture the sculptures of film for posterity.
And? How did that make them melt?
I think perhaps I was so intent on getting the perfect photographs that I might have tripped over the power cord without noticing.
By mistake? Are you sure?
I didn't notice it at the time, but, well... How could I have been so careless as to cause the loss of his final masterpieces? No, it wasn't on accident.
That seems a little convenient to me. I'm not sure I believe it. But I'm not in a position to refute it either.
I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to cause any trouble.
Please don't worry about it. The important thing is that you told us the truth. What he said. No hard feelings, Miss Bound.
Thank you.
Mr. Edgeworth, picture's yours. Hope it helps.
Okay, cool. Ooh, another confrontation?
Are you infernal nuisances still here? You don't know when to give up. Linger for as long as you like. The answer is still the same. You are not part of this investigation.
Whether we're part of it or not, we'll uncover the truth nonetheless.
It seems you don't know when to shut up either. But I commend you on your stubbornness.
Mr. Von Karma, I'm afraid I'm the one responsible for Mr. Frost's works melting.
What is the meaning of this?
I'm so sorry! And to you, Mr. Gusto.
No concern of mine. I didn't do anything, and Mr. Von Karma agrees.
Nothing at all, Mr. Gusto? You went into Mr. Frost's room, didn't you? Perhaps you could tell us why.
Sure, I was. Silence! You were not to give the attorney even the tiniest shred of information. Duty bound, you're coming with me. I have reason to believe that you were an accomplice of the accused, Samson Tangaroa.
No, I
will be interrogating you personally, so you had better get your story in order.
I understand.
Wait, please! I'm not done questioning her myself. And you think I care because... Bad, Gusto, and you, Scone. I have questions for all of you, and I expect answers. Fine by me.
Oh, you could at least ask nicely, mannequins. Jeez. Just taking everyone away. He took literally everyone with him. Indeed. Well, I suppose that means there's little point in us hanging around either. Perhaps it's time we got going anyway. It's rather late. I hope the snow is let up. You're right, home time! Guess my stomach's in agreement too. Alright, let's go grab a burger. Before my own stomach starts grumbling too. Burgers! Yeah, sounds good to me. Let's eat up and rest up. We'll need to be fighting fit for tomorrow. We will indeed. And our first port of call will be with Mr. Tangaroa. Ah, wow. Alright, let me save and then see where this goes. If this continues this might continue the past. Yeah, okay. Let me do this last segment then, because I think maybe actually, I don't know for sure, but just in case like it does another time skip to the present. After this, I'll finish this now. Hey, it's Miss Bound. Oh, Mr. Fender. Mr. Edgeworth. I'm so sorry about what happened yesterday. She looks rather tired. Has Mr. Von Karma finished interrogating you? Yes, though he really only seemed interested in how I melted those sculptures. Are you here to see Mr. Tangaroa too? Yes. I'm terribly worried about him. Detective Bad? What are you doing back there? Oh, just happened to be here. I'll be heading back to the scene soon. Not sure how anyone just happens to be at a detention center, but okay. Oh my god. What happened? Isn't this like the next day? Mr. Tangaroa, what happened to you? Oh no. Samson, what did they do to you? They didn't seem to want to let me sleep. I had no idea interrogations could be so involved. Sorry if I seem distracted. I think I'm a little tired. They're not letting you sleep? That's not police work, that's torture! What's going on here, Detective Bad?
I'm not the one doing the interviewing. It's the guy they put on the case before me. I like Von Karma's methods about as much as you do, which is why I'm doing what I can to help. It was Detective Bad who got me out of there. I'd still be in that interrogation room right now if it weren't for him. Detective Bad really is trying to look out for Mr. Tangaroa in his own way, it seems. Alright, Eddie, let's share yesterday's findings with Mr. Tangaroa. You got it, Mr. E. My notepad is at the ready. Mr. Tangaroa, we found out quite a bit, if you'd like to hear it. Of course, thank you. Are you alright, Mr. Tangaroa? You seem kind of spaced out. I'm fine, I just think my blood sugar might be running a little low.
Samson.
Can we give him the chocolate? Huh? Is that chocolate for me?
Oh, those are the chocolates I
wish I could just give them to you, Mr. Tangaroa. But the rules here don't exactly allow me to do so. Oh, that's a shame, but rules are rules, I suppose. There must be some way we can hand them to him. I hope Detective Bad is noting the meaningful looks in his direction. Let me take a good look at them. If they seem legit, I might consider passing them on to the suspect. Thank you, Detective Bad. My hero! I'm touched. Thank you, Detective. Yeah, whatever. Just sit tight. Here. You don't know how much this means to me. Yeah, keep it down, will ya? For both our sakes. Of course, Detective. I wouldn't wish to put your livelihood at risk. Now to sample those treats. Detective, I apologize for putting you in a tight spot. I didn't do it for you. It was my call. Guess you're not such a bad guy after all. Oh, the sweetness. I feel like a man reborn. Were they your handiwork, Judy?
Yes, how were they?
Oh no, he's gonna sing again. I'm not singing. Sorry, you'll have to read it yourself. Sorry. I don't want to sing, I'm sorry. Delicious. Not exactly beautiful, but they're sweet and oh so flavorful. Thank you, Judy.
I'm so glad you like them.
And I'm glad you're back to your old self. My apologies, friends. The food they serve here is just so flavorless. Between that and the lack of sleep, I was about ready to collapse from sheer despair. Yenny. Hold on. That's too big, actually. There you go. Just the usual. French fries, ham sandwich, stuff like that. Yes, and yet I couldn't taste a thing. Anyway, I'm heading back to the scene. Before you go, Detective, do you have any new information to share? Oh yeah, you were right about the victim's identity. First worked as a sculptor in France. Frost worked as a sculptor in France, where he was known as Paul Halleck. Artie Frost was Paul Halleck? I never would have imagined.
Poor Mr. Halleck. So the famous French sculpture wasn't a Frenchman after all, huh? This all would certainly explain why Mr. Halleck was such a recluse and refused to show his face in public. He was busy working on his greatest masterpiece, apparently. Bunch of Zodiac statues. Guess he'll never finish them now. He never finished his great masterpiece? Nah, seems he was making sculptures for each season, statues for each season. But he never got around to the winter constellations. The winter constellations? You mean Taurus and Gemini? So the two he made out of ice would have completed the set. Alright, that's enough. Yeah, now there's nothing but puddles. What a bummer. I'm so sorry. Oh, no, Miss Bound, I wasn't blaming you. One last thing. Seems he had himself a bit of a spending habit when it came to his work. Every statue cost him millions to make, excuse me. Which means he was always strapped for cash. We're checking to see if there's any chance someone called it in debt. I guess not even famous artists are safe from money problems. Do you have any idea why he entered the confectionery contest? None. Guy didn't even tell his family. I see. Alright, I really gotta get going. I'll go fetch another guard, but I can't be hanging around here any longer. Understood, Detective. We'll see you again shortly. He's a good man. He certainly is. Well, he was. And an uncompromising one, too. Somebody who can be trusted to stand up for what he believes in. And to scare the pants off anyone new he meets. Now, you were going to tell me about what you learned yesterday? Of course. Allow me to give you a full report. Oh no. Oh no. My voices are starting to make me yawn again. Thank you for that, and allow me to apologize on Judy's behalf. I'm so sorry. It's fine, Mr. Tangaroa. As I told her yesterday, the important thing is that we learned the truth in the end. Now, would you mind if I asked you a question or two? By all means. I'll gladly share all I can. What can you tell me about the contestants who took part in the final contest? Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I'm not sleepy, that's the thing. I'm not actually that tired. I'm just... Well, maybe I am. I might be. I'm not sure. Let me just check something really quick. Okay, since I'm since I'm struggling with my voices now, I might just finish, talking to this guy. I don't know how long the whole segment's gonna be, so. Let's see, there was Miss Scone. I loved her design concept. Unfortunately, her entry was in violation of the rules, and so I had to disqualify her. Mr. Gusto's creations were a perfect balance of flavor and design, at least up through the semi-final. But disappointingly, his entry was was subpar on both counts. And there were actually something a little unusual about his entry for the semi-final as well. Which was... it tasted identical to Mr. Frost's. They may have looked different, but I could have sworn I was eating the same thing. Huh? And what exactly did his work look like? Oh, there should be a photograph back at my mansion. I'll show it to you later, Mr. Edgeworth. Much appreciated, Mr. Bound. But Mr. Frost's entry for the finals, that was truly sublime. So, I'm so sorry. So you were able to finish judging it? Even though his body had been discovered in the meantime? Yes, I wasn't aware of what happened until after I'd completed my assessment. Mr. Frost wasn't in his room when I visited, so I took the liberty of sampling a bit. Part of the lyre, I believe. I'd never tasted anything like it. It was like a dream. I was so moved that I burst into song. I'm sorry, but are you saying that the lyre tasted good? I'd like to hear more about that if you don't mind. Yeah, that's different from what Scone said. You're quite sure it was the lyre you tasted when you sampled Mr. Frost's work? Oh my god, it's almost every sentence. I'm certain of it. It was part of the Gemini sculpture, which was the only sculpture that in that display case. The only sculpture? Really? Mr. Tangaroa, would you mind taking a look at this photograph for me? So the part you tried was the lyre, the one shown here without any strings? Oh, there were strings in it originally. That was the part I ate. So the strings were missing because Mr. Tangaroa ate them all? And he enjoyed them? Miss Scone told us she ate a part of the lyre as well. But she said it was far too salty for her to finish. Then it's true. The truth is, I've suspected for a while that there might be something wrong with my sense of taste. Something wrong? How so exactly? There's a taste disorder characterized by an inability to detect salty flavors. And I suspect I've been suffering from it. I eat so many sweet foods on a daily basis that it took a while for me to even notice. But there's no denying it now. That would explain why the food here seemed so bland to him. What? But your taste buds are your livelihood! Even if there were some long-term treatment option, I highly doubt a total cure for your condition exists. Nevertheless, you should put in a request to the police for a proper evaluation. Oh, that won't be necessary. I have a recipe for a cure back at my mansion. You do? I do. You can take a look at it for yourself if you like. Samson! We can't show that recipe to just anybody! Judy, Mr. Edgeworth is hardly just anybody. He's my attorney, and I have no secrets from him. Yes, you're right, of course. If this is what you wish. What on earth is this secret recipe for a miracle cure that they've been hiding? Well, I suppose I should be getting back. Alright, we'll be right behind you. Judy? Yes, Samson? There's more to life than just me. Please, Judy. Think about the life you want to live. Because I won't always be around. Don't say that! Without you, I don't have a life to live! So I'll be waiting right there at the mansion until you come home. Now if you'll excuse me. Wait, Miss Bound! How old is he again? He is 39. I don't think that's what he means, but I don't think that's what she is thinking, but... Judy. Oh, she seemed really upset. I thought I saw tears in her eyes. Why'd you even say all that to her? Because I worry about her. She can't keep putting my needs ahead of her own. What do you mean? The Halleck collection, the candy making? It's all because she thinks these things will make me happy. She never thinks about what she wants, what she likes. I just want her to be her own person and to choose her own destiny. The last thing I want is for her to miss out on all that life has to offer because of me. I guess that makes sense. Yeah, it does make sense. He really does see her as his own child. What parent wouldn't want their child to walk their own path? What parent wouldn't do everything they could to protect them? I know exactly how he feels in this moment. I think I've asked of you everything I can for now, Mr. Tangaroa. We should be getting back to the scene of the crime. Oh, you're leaving? I see. I suppose I'll be going back to the interrogation room for another session. Yes, we'll have to do something about that. You'll speak to the police for me? That too, but I'll be putting something else in place as well. An ace up our sleeve for when the time comes. I look forward to learning more. I'm counting on you, Mr. Edgeworth. We'll be back to brief you, Mr. Tangaroa, every day. And Judy, too. Thank you, Eddie. I'll look forward to it. Mr. Tangaroa, your interrogator will do everything in his power to extract a confession from you. I hate to see an innocent man suffer like this. But please, you have to do everything you can to hold out. If you can't, Mr. Von Karma will use that confession against you for as long as this case lasts. And it will make it that much harder for me to save you. I understand, and I'll try. I won't give up until you're out of there, Mr. Tangaroa. You have my word on that. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and save here, I think. Jeez. This is a very long case. I mean, it may just feel that way, though, because there's been more breaks in between segments. So it may feel like it's longer than the last case, but so far it's actually gone not too long.